Good evening, everyone, and welcome to tonight's council meeting. It is so nice to see so many faces, and we appreciate your patience as we bring back our council meetings live and continue to do this in a hybrid basis. For those in attendance, as you can see, we are enforcing the mask ordinance, and so we ask that you keep them on, even as you are speaking and approaching the podium. If you would like to speak, as with public communication, we will have that opportunity for all members to speak on those items that are on the agenda, as well as verbal communications. And we just ask that you come up when the clerk calls you. If you would like to speak, please provide your cards directly to the clerk, and she will call you one at a time. You'll have an opportunity to speak here. We ask you not to touch the mic, just so that we minimize the amount of germs that we are sharing tonight. And then we will take comments from those in the audience first, and then we will go to Zoom, and our clerk will be calling names as they arrive. Okay? And we just ask for everyone's grace and patience as we get used to a hybrid meeting, but we felt it was important to be back in person, and it is so nice to see everyone. Welcome back, everyone. So with that, if we could begin with roll call.
Thank you and good evening. Councilmember Hudis.
Here.
Councilmember Badami.
Here.
Councilmember Risto.
Here.
Vice Mayor Rennie.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Sayak.
Here.
And Mayor, just one clarification.
Yes, please.
We don't have speaker cards. We're just asking them to let us know their name and the item number they want to speak on.
Perfect. Thank you for that clarification. And if we could all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, council members, it's good to see all of you. As you represent the town, if you don't mind sharing with the public, as well as your council colleagues, items of interest that you did since our last public meeting that represents our town, and any matters that you may have voted on. I'll begin with the Vice Mayor.
Certainly, Mayor. On August 4th, I attended the BACMed, that's the Bay Area Air Quality Management District Board meeting. Nothing particular to report on that. On 8/4, I also attended the Green Foothills webinar on a new vision for Coyote Valley. On 8/9, the Silicon Valley Clean Energy Risk Oversight Committee met. Also on 8/9, I was a guest on Breathe California show hosted by Terry Tremble, and we talked about the environment and environmental issues, and it airs on Mondays on Comcast, I think it is. Also on 8/9, we had the Los Gatos Finance Commission, which I attended. On 8/10, I did an interview for the Sierra Club about REACH codes and their importance and our experience in Los Gatos passing REACH codes. On 8/11, I attended a webinar on the lead generated by the Reed Hillview Airport on the surrounding neighborhoods. Also 8/11, the Silicon Valley Clean Energy Board of Directors met. Nothing too exciting to report on that. 8/12, I attended the 8/12 and 8/13, I attended the Silicon Valley Bike Coalition's Summit. I also, on 8/12, attended the Silicon Valley Housing Policy Leadership Academy, which I've been attending every Thursday. And then after that, the VTA Policy Advisory Committee also met that I attended. On 8/14, I attended the Association of Indo-Americans in place of you, Mayor, for the India 75th Independence Day. Thank you for sending me. It was actually very fun. They had dances and lots of cultural events. I sent your congratulations, and then I gave a speech that quoted Prime Minister Nehru from the eve of their independence and connected his words to the need to solve today's problems, such as the pandemic globally and climate change. And on 8/16, the Silicon Valley Clean Energy Legislative and Regulatory Committee met, of which I was the chair. That's enough, I think.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you for representing Los Gatos at the festival. Councilmember Hudis.
Thank you. Let's see, going back to early August. Looks like the first meeting I had was on August 9th when I participated in the Finance Commission meeting. And then on the 11th, I attended an intergovernmental briefing by the federal government, actually it was President Biden, about the infrastructure legislation. And I think we may have some funding coming from that at some point. And then I attended the promenade on the 12th and got to spend some time downtown. So that's pretty much it this last session.
Thank you. Councilmember Badami.
On August 9th, I attended a
Excuse
democracy...
me, can you please wear your mask? Thank you.
On August 9th, I attended a Democracy Tent community meeting regarding cannabis. On August 9th, later that evening, I attended a Finance Commission meeting as an observer. On August 10th, I attended the Survivor in Solidarity March and Rally. On August 16th, I attended a Democracy Tent community meeting regarding the draft 2040 general plan. And on August 5th and August 12th, I happily attended the Thursday promenades as sponsored by the Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you, Councilmember. And Councilmember Risto.
I attended a couple of meetings, but nothing of interest to report.
Thank you. And for myself, the regular occurrences with Cities Association and League of Cities, and our quarterly meeting with the Chamber of Commerce, of which one of our agenda items is tonight. And Manager Pravetti.
Thank you and good evening, everyone. I'd like to announce that we are recruiting for our Housing Element Advisory Board. Applications are due on September 10th at 4 p.m. We have 4 openings available. Next, we are reopening all of our public service counters on August 30th here at Town Hall and our other locations. And then tomorrow night, for those of you who are interested in housing, we have a Let's Talk Housing meeting at 6 p.m. from 6 to 7:30, and information for that is available on our website, and we encourage everyone to join us. Thank you.
Thank you. So we are now at our consent agenda, and so before I open it for public comments, just a reminder, council members, you are welcome to pull any item from consent. At this time, we have 9 agenda items. These are items that are of routine value, but if there is something that would like to be pulled, you may do so. And then after we decide which items may or may not get pulled, we will open for public comment. And again, those public comments are very specific to the 9 items on consent. And so colleagues, anyone would like to pull anything? Seeing none, I will open it up for public comment. Would anyone like to speak on the 9 items on consent? I see no one, and then none in the audience, or via Zoom. Okay, and so bring it back to consent. Is there a motion for action? Councilmember Badami?
I move to approve consent items 1 through 9.
And the second, I did see your hand, Councilmember Risto.
I'll second that.
Okay, any questions or comments to the motion? Seeing none, we do continue with roll call, and so Councilmember Badami?
Aye.
Councilmember Risto?
Aye.
I vote aye. Vice Mayor?
Aye.
And Councilmember Hudas?
Aye.
Items 1 through 9 on consent is approved unanimously. And so now we move to verbal communications, and this is an opportunity for those in our audience as well as on Zoom to speak to us on any item that is not on tonight's agenda. Today we have 3 items on our agenda, so if you would like to speak, please let our clerk know.
We have 2.
Okay.
Okay.
And I hand it over to you now to call those. Thank you.
First speaker is Susan Burnett Novick.
Are we on? Are we on? Okay. Again, my name's Susan Burnett Novick. Good evening. I've been a resident of Los Gatos for only 2 years. I've been all my life except for 2 years. I live on Ellenwood and the Glen Ridge District. So I have some concerns, and I'm not the only one that I'm voicing these concerns for about. The talk of increasing the housing density by 90%, more than the state requirement, is very troubling. The town manager, who has a lot of influence, did not protect Los Gatos like neighboring cities in appealing the mandatory state requirement. Our town manager actually wanted to raise the mandatory state requirement from 1,993 to 3,783. An article written in Spotlight by Tran Nguyen about Los Gatos' new ambitious housing plans states that the present low-density neighborhoods could see 12 housing units per acre from 5 units per acre under the previous plan. Duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes. Troubling is Ms. Pravetti's, our town manager's response. Quote, "This will allow developers to build denser or higher in almost all neighborhoods." She further stated the town really focuses on how to become more inclusive. It seems to me she's advocating a more social, political agenda, which is not her job description. I see this as a red flag and a warning as to what will come next for our established neighborhoods. A little bit of history. 1989, we had the big Loma Prieta earthquake, nearly destroyed our town and our historic neighborhoods. Our forward-thinking town council and planners mobilized with Ann Broomfield, an architectural historian from San Francisco, with others. They were hired. There was a building moratorium until residential guidelines were established to preserve our town and homes. There were 5 historic districts designated, and others recommended to be designated. Glen Ridge District was one of them to be designated. At that time, I was part of the Historic Preservation Committee, which I had been part of for 8 years. I spent 2.5 years in a whole binder photographing, documenting, and writing an ordinance to become, for that district to become also a historic district. I lost in the town council by 1 vote, and I still remember who that person was.
Thank you. That's 3 minutes.
Oh, really? It was 3 minutes?
But thank you for your comments
Okay.
tonight.
Wow.
Mayor,
Yes.
I had a question.
Yes,
if I may.
Councilmember Hudas, do you have a question of the speaker?
Yes.
Yes.
The current draft of the general plan does talk about looking at the historic districts again. I don't know if you're aware of that.
I am, but I'm also aware that it is to be changed. And so my point of view is that, okay, our general plan will be tweaked probably to allow higher density, and now they'll start looking at our Historic Preservation Committee, because that is sort of another safety net for our neighborhoods. So I'm very concerned about this. Once you start going under the, start going in this direction, you just don't know where you're going to end up.
Thank you.
And I think we should
Any
protect our neighborhoods.
any further questions, Councilmember?
No, thank you.
Okay.
No, mine really was for staff.
Would it be possible if we,
Wait, sure.
thank you. Any other questions of the speaker? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker, Lee Fago.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. It's really good to see all of us together again. Appreciate your diligence through this episode. I'm speaking now as a resident of the town. I'm not representing any organization. I still do not believe, beyond the basic legal research, that the council should task our town attorney to do the research on comparable cannabis sites and/or commercialization, be it grow sites, retail sales sites, or order processing for such sites in town. Nor do the financial analysis and especially the community outreach should not be done by the town attorney. Rather, since this is a new revenue potential for the town, and that's a quote because that's what he was tasked with, a new revenue for the town attorney to find, that I think the Finance Commission should be charged with this or a new committee that the council would create based on community input, and that they could set up a subcommittee to take this on. While the current town staff may not have additional capacity due to their full workload at present, and I salute them, it puts our town attorney, who only reports to the council and to the citizens, not to the town staff, in an awkward position in our town. The Finance Commission of volunteer citizens should be tasked with this assignment as part of their review of new revenue opportunities. And our attorney can provide some legal guidance to that committee. Then the analysis that would be presented to the council and the community should include data on comparable communities, what revenue they are earning, what is the cost to the town to have these facilities, including the cost of putting it on the ballot, enforcement, and so forth. Recommendations of sites, format for sales, and community outreach with their input considered would be a more objective set of decision-making data. That would provide the information and objectivity needed for citizens to decide if this is an enterprise we want in our town. And it keeps our darn good town attorney focused on the legal issues, not the financial issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I have no other speakers.
If you could come up and let Ms. Neese know. And if anyone else would like to speak under verbal, just pass your name along and she'll call you, as with any other additional agenda items.
The next speaker would be Mr. C.
Madam Mayor and Town Council members, my daughter graduated from Las Gatos High School. Family still lives here in Las Gatos for decades. Here are my comments. I want to say congratulations to the Town Council and Mayor for your great work. Let's review what that is, your accomplishments. This is from a list, a well-published list from 1963. And on these items, we have item number 13, do away with loyalty oaths. Well, how well have you really executed both forms, both signature blanks of your oath? How well have you actually implemented those oaths? Number 17, get control of schools. Soften the curriculum. Get control of teachers' associations. Put the party line in the textbook. Yes, I remember times back, parents' night back at school. How absolutely lopsided. Unbelievable. Number 22, degrading all forms of artistic expression. Done pretty well there. Number 23, control art critics and directors of art museums. I think some of the staff up there have some influence over art museums. 25, break down cultural standards of morality. Pornography, obscenity, etc. Yeah, I had a fight in middle school against the debased sex ed, books like Go Ask Alice. Kids don't even know what this is. They should be worrying about having friends, not whether they're bisexual. Number 26, present homosexuality, degeneracy, and promiscuity as normal, natural, and healthy. Again, this is not my list. This is from 1963. Number 29, discredit the American Constitution. Old-fashioned, inadequate. What did it do? It just got us this greatness, the greatest planet, the greatest nation on the planet Earth. But let's do away with it. 31, belittle all forms of American culture and discourage the teaching of American history on the grounds that it was only a minor part of the big picture. 40, discredit the family as an institution, encourage promiscuity, easy divorce, etc. Done. So I turn to things like critical race theory. One of the town council members said, we do not have that on our agenda. Yeah, you can call it whatever you want. You can call it diversity, equity, and inclusion. That's called doublespeak, right? This is purely Orwellian, 1984. Congratulations. And so there are things, great ethical standards in the world that have quotes like this. But let your statement be yes, yes, and no, no. Anything else comes
Mr.
from
C,
the evil
Thank you
one.
for your time.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
And we probably should, to encourage those who have differing points of view, we'll ask people not to applaud or boo any of the speakers tonight. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Rob Moore.
Good evening, Mayor and Town Council. My printer broke, so I'll be reading this from my phone. It's very exciting to be back in the Town Council chambers. I think for three of you, this is your first in-person Town Council meeting on the dais, so congratulations. These walls to me represent the ideals of civility and democracy that I think is sometimes lost over the Zoom meetings, and so I'm really hoping that moving forward in these in-person meetings, we can bring back a level of civility and common respect among our neighbors. I'm here tonight to speak about the draft general plan. I'll begin by saying I don't think the draft general plan is perfect. It never will be. It's a plan. The general plan was created in a democratic way, and so compromises had to be made. But overall, I'm very supportive of the general plan in its current form. I've seen a lot of criticism regarding a number of issues relating to the general plan, including a Nextdoor post with almost 500 comments. But by and large, the grievances are surrounding growth and housing. While I do think we have to be careful about how and where we build, I think it's even more important to contextualize these issues in the larger framework of housing in California. I see Los Gatos as really a generally very empathetic community. We care a lot about our neighbors and our community, and I think what the problem is when we are only talking to our friends and neighbors, oftentimes who look and think like us. There's a large section of the population that gets left out. There are many renters in our town who unfortunately can't show up to these meetings because they work two jobs or they have to be at home with their children. I think an even larger group who gets left out of the conversation, though, is people who aren't our neighbors yet. People who, just like all of us, would love to live in Los Gatos and may very well live in Los Gatos in the future. This is an idea from the book Golden Gates by Connor Doherty. If you haven't read it, I'd hugely recommend reading it. It's one of the most fascinating takes on history in California that I've read. Essentially, he says that people who are going to move into our town in the future would likely be saying very different things than those of us that are here in this town now in a meeting like this. When I drive around this town, I see numerous signs that read, "In this home, we believe love is love and housing is a human right," among other seemingly progressive sentiments. At local events, I hear people champion access and inclusivity. But when it comes to housing, the basic right for individuals to have a roof over their heads, a lot of this seems to go away. We've seen in our community, in the wider community and in Los Gatos as well, people facing housing insecurity and homelessness. And so I think by building a little taller and a little denser, we can do a lot for the people in our community who need it most. The general plan will allow us to move away from our uninclusive past into a future where people from all backgrounds can live in our town. And I know that I'm really excited to have new friends and neighbors. Thank you.
Next speaker, Eden.
My name is Eden Berg. I'm a resident of Los Gatos. I was born in South Africa and I've escaped the corrupt communist regime. Sayok, you are not a mayor. You're a terrorist. You are determined on an evil onslaught on those very people you and this council painted rainbows for. It's a shame. They have no idea what your true intentions are. I want it noted today that I declare Sayok a coward to the Communist Chinese Party. Either they have you by the balls, or you are a person with no conscience. What mother sells out her own children and her husband to an anti-white, anti-Semitic regime? I wonder if these people in this town realize that the power outages is not because of maintenance or improvements. I happen to know that this is a part of strategy to demoralize the people and collapse an economy. I've seen this before. Right now, South Africans are fleeing from state to escape the chaos and horror of this very same listen, learn, change, grow, equity, diversity, and inclusion. They're paying with their lives. Resign, lady. Our children are not wards of the state to be indoctrinated by Marxist critical race theory. That is slavery. Our children are born free and equal. This is not communist China. This is the United States of America, land of the free, home of the brave. You are a coward. You are part of a totalitarian regime committing crimes against humanity, and you are pushing their agenda in our town. Every single parent in this town should have alarm bells going off in their heads. Do you think your own children hate you for no reason? Sayok and her council of vipers are responsible. Remove this poison from our streets, schools, institution, and government. Sayok, stop identity politics now.
Please keep your mask on, and again, keep your applause to yourself. Contrary, please stop right now. Otherwise, you are discouraging other people from speaking, and that is actually grounds for removal of this.
Next speaker is Lindley.
Hello. I'm here to offer some much-needed humor. I'd like to start by saying that I do consider LGBTQ a terrorist organization. I'm not referring to gay people and all that. I'm not ever talking about the people. I'm talking about the organization. So, in honor of my lovely daughter, who loves to paint flowers and garden and bake and cook, she's just beautiful. She's the loveliest girl ever, and you know what? Cassie and the schools told my daughter, my lovely daughter, that she can be a boy, and 3 years ago she thought she should be one. So we've been living this horrible lie for 3 years. So in honor of her, I read this very humorous yet topical article. Kabul. According to sources in Afghanistan, the Taliban was having a deep belly laugh over the diversity training materials left behind by the U.S. military previously stationed there. Taliban fighters captured books like Anti-Racist Baby, White Fragility, and The Gay BCs, and collectively cracked up over the ridiculousness of gender ideology present in the works. As the American military evacuated quickly with no apparent plan or direction, many top-secret materials were left behind, from battle plans and tactics to books like How to Be an Anti-Racist and Heather Has Two Mommies. According to sources, after a busy 24 hours conquering all of Afghanistan, the material provided a much-needed break and some well-deserved laughter. "Oh man, this is great stuff. Allah be praised," said one Taliban leader, tears in his eyes, as he read through Pink is for Boys and Jacob's New Dress. These American fighters thought they stood a chance against us? Pathetic. Look at this book. The Americans think it is praiseworthy for a boy to dress up like a girl. No wonder they couldn't win a war against us. At publishing time, the Taliban were kicking themselves after realizing they could have won the war much earlier if they had just called American soldiers by the wrong pronouns. God bless this town. God help this town. I've lived here since 1967. I have never felt more evil in my entire life. And I love all of the people. I don't care how they identify and all that. But to honor a terrorist organization that is being supported by Cassie, Mayor Sayoc, Cities Association, all of these organizations, Mayor Sayoc, that you support and you work for, they all love BLM. They all love LGBTQ. I'm so sick.
Our next speaker.
Tony Alarcon.
Madam Mayor, Town Council, thank you for your time this evening. I like to believe that everybody's trying to do the right thing. There's been a lot of great accomplishments. Maria, I want to thank you for some of the bike paths and all your hard work with that. That's been very good. I wanted to bring to light a couple of things because with COVID, I've been out of the loop. Many of you know that I've been involved in town politics and considered running for town council previously. I was really alarmed by one of the articles that I recently read. Before I start on that, I just wanted to put on the record, so it's in public record. As of today, nationwide insurance has dropped 175 homes from fire protection in Los Gatos. 175. I sell homes in the Los Gatos Mountains. It's very difficult to get fire insurance. And the new general plan proposal to provide 2x the amount of housing, while probably well intended, there are points at which towns get fully built out. No one within residential neighborhoods want an 8-unit or 20 or 30 unit apartment complex. I don't think you're getting it right with the 2040 general plan. I don't think you got it right when you paid $3.2 million for Ditto's Lane, tried to put 60 houses there, 60 affordable housing there, and ended up now having 2 houses and 2 80 units for a property we paid $3.2 million for. That property should have been sold to Mr. Howe, made a deal to increase access and put at least 20 units there. I myself tried to put 8 units with 8 ADUs. It was better to sell the property, create an affordable loan program if that's under the law, and make a loan enhancement program to teachers, 10 or 20 of them. That could have been significant money to provide an affordable housing option to our public workers. Los Gatos is in a high fire zone, and something that you have to know, and I'm going to get a groundswell if I'm successful. One day on a Saturday at 12 or 1 o'clock, I'm going to ask the people of Los Gatos, to everyone, get in the cars and let's do a dry run and see if we can escape, to make sure that we don't have another Paradise. We rank worse in fire than Paradise did, and 85 people died. I live on Johnson Avenue. People in the hills will not be able to get out. And if we want to add more density to our residential neighborhoods, That's an ill-fated approach. The reason that I came out tonight to speak is I'm
And
honestly...
Mr. Alarcon, I'm going to have to cut you off. It's 3 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you for your time tonight.
I would like to provide this to, for the public record.
If you can hand it to our clerk, and we'll make sure that it's part of the public record.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Any further speakers?
We do have more speakers. We have 2 more in person and we have 3 online, but we are at 24 minutes.
Okay. So for the 2 speakers, that brings us to the end of our public comment. For those online, we will continue verbal communication at the end of tonight's hearing after we listen to all of the other public hearings that we have scheduled. So if we can call those 2.
The next speaker is Joe.
Okay, and next speaker.
The next speaker is Cecil.
Hi, I was just in the other room. I just wanted to address a lot of things said by a lot of the people behind me. I feel like we have a lot of fake patriots here who like to act under the guise of being for the United States, being for the people. I see a lot of people wear the flag, yet they disrespect it by wearing it. They try to talk down on the curriculum. They obviously are very uneducated. I just think that I was able to walk in, talk. They were able to walk in, talk. That's the beauty of this. But I just hope that like the people watching remember that got to be a lot more positive, because a lot of people really try to bring people down, and they really don't know anything at all. These guys back there, they don't know what's going on at all. At all, man.
Joe?
Hi, I'm Joe. I'm here to speak positively. I think the police do a good job here. I think you guys are great. I think this is the greatest community. I speak from the heart, you know. I'm concerned about the river and the creek, as in the Weekly Times, you know, and the ducks and the beavers and all that. So I'm trying to get some people to help me. Just some cleanup is all. You can talk to me after the meeting if you like. And we're trying to get people that are kind of marginal, maybe homeless, things like that, and to start being positive here. Instead, you know, because it's such a beautiful environment, and that's where I'm coming from. And I'm retired City of Santa Cruz, ex-labor union president at SEI 415. I took a few years off, disability retirement, worked at the police department over there as a landscape gardener, blah, 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 you know. At my age of 16, I feel if I got it enough together and I'm now helping other people, why am I here? So I'll be here probably every meeting now until, you know, we start cleaning up the rivers. But people, you know, I can't control those people. I just need to, like, you know, learn how to have working relationships like I did at the City of Santa Cruz and leave that's my stuff at the door. Thanks a lot, everybody.
For those that would like to speak, again, at the end of tonight, we will save those speakers for verbal communication. Okay. And Vice Mayor, I know you had a question for staff. It was after the first speaker of general plan.
Yeah, I think my question was, I know people are quoting the Spotlight article, which may have some inaccuracies in it. I wanted to ask where people can get more accurate information and when there might be a public hearing where they can learn more.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, for the question. We are planning a joint Planning Commission Town Council study session in September, and all members of the public are welcome. We will be focusing on the new general plan, what the proposals are, and that's a great opportunity for the public to learn more. We have a dedicated website on the general plan update, and you can find that on our homepage at losgatosca.gov. And we will be conducting additional outreach to the public. Public hearings are scheduled for the fall, so there's still lots of opportunity for engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. And any other questions of staff? Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I do want to clarify, because there have been inaccuracies, that our town manager does not work in a silo. This is not her general plan. This is a general plan that the community has been working on for the past 2 years. So I do want to clarify that. And for those that do have comments and questions, please attend the community meetings that will be made public, and that's an opportunity to share those concerns. Okay, if we can move to item number 10, which is to approve the addendum to the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees Memorandum of Understanding.
Good evening, Lisa Velasco, Human Resources Director. Before you tonight for consideration is a recommendation to approve an addendum to the AFSCME Memorandum of Understanding. Representatives of the town have met and conferred in good faith with AFSCME and within the parameters authorized by the town council to reach a tentative agreement, to extend the term of the agreement through June 30th, 2022, and to provide an 8-hour floating holiday. This concludes my report, and staff is available to answer questions.
Thank you, Ms. Velasco. Any questions? Okay, this is a public hearing, so I'll take public comment. None? Okay, closing public testimony, and so bring back to my colleagues. Are there any questions, any comments, or a motion? Councilmember Badami?
Due to the agreement between both parties, I move to approve the addendum to the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, the memorandum of understanding contained in attachment 1.
And do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Any questions or comments to the motion? Seeing none, Councilmember Badami?
Aye.
Councilmember Risto?
Aye.
Councilmember Hudas?
Aye.
Vice Mayor?
Aye.
And I also vote aye, and this motion passes unanimously. Thank you. We are now at item number 11, which has several components to it, and so I look to staff to guide us through that, but this is to discuss and provide direction on several items to continue the town's support of economic recovery and community vitality in response to the ongoing pandemic. Welcome, Ms. Run.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's a pleasure to be back here with you tonight. We are here to continue our discussion on economic recovery and community vitality. So as you stated, there's a couple of items to go over tonight. The first would be to continue our discussion on parklets. When we met last, or the last couple times that we met, we had expanded the subsidy for the grant and then extended the deadline to allow a greater opportunity for businesses to apply for a semi-permanent parklet. So tonight we're asking to extend the funding allocation so that we can meet the demand for those applications. Kind of intertwined with that would be the temporary K-rail parklets that we're discussing this evening. And we're asking for an extension. When we met last, we talked about a sunset date of September 19th, 2021. And during that discussion, I think the council wasn't sure if that was the right date, so they asked that the staff did come back in August to discuss that. Through work with our colleagues in other jurisdictions, we have found that most have extended their deadlines a minimum to the end of 2021, and some, as recent as last night, have extended it until next calendar year through Labor Day. But the main reason why the staff is here tonight to ask to extend it until January 31st is to allow for a smooth transition between the semi-permanent parklets and the transition out of the K-rail. So I think it would be difficult for the community and for the understanding of the program if we were to remove the K-rail prior to the construction, because it would put parking back and then take it away again. So by allowing that K-rail to stay in place, we can transition it. That's why the ask tonight is just for restaurants. We have had several requests for some of the underutilized K-rail and some of the excess to be shrunk down so that we can add some more 30-minute parking and meet the demands of some of the retailers. So additionally, as we talk about the temporary K-rail parklets tonight, we wanted to clarify some of the direction that we received from the council back in the spring. The staff received direction that the program, once we had 100% in-person dining return, that all barriers, tents, weather structures, pop-ups, anything within the parklet aside from tables and chairs, umbrellas, and sail covers should be removed. Getting the vertical barriers removed, we got just about 100% compliance. We have a couple holdout businesses there. But to get compliance on the tenting and the shade that's outside of umbrellas and sails has been a bit of a challenge for staff to do. To date, we've been doing voluntary compliance. We've been working with our folks. And then, of course, when we get complaints, we will go out and directly address the complaint that we receive. As the summer has worn on, we've we've received more complaints. We've received more questions about the tents. And folks are starting to ask, how can we gain some fairness between the businesses? So we're here tonight to address with you, if we do extend the K-Rail parklets, is your intention to continue to prohibit the covers, which staff does support that decision, and then how can we move forward with those enforcement measures? And then finally, tonight we will be debriefing our promenade events that the Chamber of Commerce put on for us on North Santa Cruz Avenue. There were 7 Sundays that the council provided $80,000 in funding for. We attached to your staff report was a community survey and a business survey. Aside from that, we've heard just really great reviews. Really was a successful event. Of course, there were some, growing pains and definitely some learning experiences that took place. But overall, the general consensus I think that I heard and that most folks heard is that it was a great success, and we really applaud the Chamber of Commerce for all of their hard work in putting those on for our community. So aside from that, we have our staff team here tonight that's been working on the parklets, and we can answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rund. And so, council, any questions at this time? Yes, Councilmember Hudis?
Thank you. With regard to the parklets and extending the parklets, one of the issues that we raised when we first allowed them was that it was going to remove parking and that it might have an impact on our retailers. And for a long time, there wasn't much traffic, so our retailers just kind of suffered through it. But now that there is more foot traffic, have we made any progress on directing visitors to available parking?
Thank you. That's a great question. So yes, we had an RFP go out through our parking program for a consultant. I believe we've made a selection, so we're getting on the road with doing signage and wayfinding for the parking lots. That's the very lowest hanging fruit that we're going to address with our consultant. And then in addition to that, what we've heard, one of the successes I had in my notes and I didn't mention was, as I look to speak to new businesses, the parklets has been one of the biggest draws to get in new businesses. Our vacancy rate is pretty low downtown. I think we only have a couple of vacant spaces. Some are just getting a little bit of time to get off the road. So while we will recover some parking for the K-Rail that is being underutilized, I think that folks are generally finding parking and that the parklets have been a huge kind of advertisement or success story for Los Gatos. Thank you.
If I could just a quick follow-up. So, the success actually is creating challenge, I think, for our retail businesses. And so I am curious why we're waiting until this point to start getting a consultant. I really think we should have done this when we started closing off the parking, is start directing people to available parking. Is there a reason that we haven't been able to make more progress on the parking direction?
Thank you for the question, Council Member. It was not until last year that we actually added this to our capital improvement program, and so we got the RFP out as rapidly as possible, and we are now moving forward with working with the design on that. And in our next agenda item, you'll have a further opportunity to determine whether or not additional funding should go towards that program. So we understand the parking imperative and the interest of the town council. That was one of the strategic priorities that was also identified. And so we are working very hard. The other component, as you recall, is the employee permit parking program. And our police department has been working on an employee survey to determine what is the best program that we could put into place to make sure that the employees have a good place to park to free up spaces for customers. So thank you, and that work will be continuing.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, I will take public testimony. As with all other items, you'll have an opportunity to speak to this for 3 minutes. We'll go to those in the audience first, and then we'll go to those on Zoom.
So I have no one in person, and I have one on Zoom.
Okay, let's proceed.
Okay. It'll be Amy Davis from Zoom.
Hi there. Thank you so much for taking my comments via Zoom tonight. Sorry I couldn't be there in person. My name is Amy Davis. I'm Executive Director of New Museum Los Gatos. And as always, we're grateful for the town's support of and partnership with our community museum. And I wanted to address the proposal to reinvigorate promenades in summer 2022. We were so inspired by the town's support of the promenades this summer and buoyed by the community goodwill that they brought. We promoted the promenades at New encouraging our visitors to enjoy all that Los Gatos has to offer. And one way to bring us all together as a community, share experiences, and build empathy for one another is through community events like these. So at New we would love to participate in an extended promenade, including our Main Street neighborhood. This would bring incredible visibility to our museum and our Town Plaza neighborhood and continue to bring our community together. So thank you, Council, for your commitment to making our town a truly inclusive and welcoming place. Your efforts help all of us feel connected to this community. And thank you.
So I have one more speaker on Zoom. That would be Catherine Summers.
Good evening, Council. Thanks, Amy. That's a great idea, one that we have already considered. I wanted to just back up for a second on all of the topics on this agenda item and really want to applaud staff for all that they have done for the parklets and for the streetscape downtown. And the Chamber Board convened over kind of this whole agenda item and really support all of your efforts, Monica, and we think that we have a good plan in place. So hopefully, Council, you're seeing the same thing. With regards to the promenades, I think you have a letter there from us. I was kind of just bullet pointed, but you know, it was actually an honor to be able to put those on. It was great. I think the town really needed it. Okay, I'll get myself together here. Town really needed it. I think, was it timing? Was it, you know, there's so much divisiveness in the world, so many fires, so many whatever. For people to be able to gather downtown, it was community. It was really great for the restaurants, of course. Most of the merchants, I think, also benefited. I think you've seen a lot of letters that have come in. Most of the, you know, some of the merchants said that maybe they didn't get the traffic that night, you know, into their stores, but that people did come back, you know, over the weekend. I think just in general, we have seen so many more people downtown, and it was seriously a joy seeing all those people smile and just reconnect with friends, and really made us what we want to be, a welcoming, inclusive community. And I think it was really hands down to all of you, to my staff. Yikes. Okay, that's enough. So no matter what, there's going to be growing pains. We learned a lot. We really enjoyed working with Matt and his staff and Monica and Christina. And I think, you know, I think we should do it again next summer. And really, we've learned a ton. So hopefully you'll all be in favor of that. Thanks to everybody who participated in it.
And any further speakers?
No further speakers.
Okay. And were there any, Ms. Summers, thank you for speaking. I believe, is Mr. Councilmember Hughes, do you have a question of her?
I do, if you're still on the line. First of all, I want to thank you and the Chamber for really creating a superb environment downtown that I, you know, personally experienced and thought it was a really important activity to have. I might have been a little skeptical at the beginning, but as I started attending over and over again, I saw the value of our residents coming together outside. And my question is, why not continue? We had a few people ask us to continue. And it's not a criticism at all, but I'm just kind of interested in why not continue.
Well, that's a great question. And we've had a lot of, it's $1 million question, actually. Yeah. And I had, quite a few of my board members, you might know, wanted to continue it and wanted us to really press for that. And I think there was some magic in the fact that we did it for, a series of 7. And I think we left everybody with wanting a little bit more. And I think that's okay. We also we stopped right on the night when school started. And I think so many people haven't really experienced school in so long that it was okay to make that switch and to kind of realize, your life at home again, and that you had to get your kids ready for school, and that things were changing a little bit, and we're hoping for the best with all the schools, and that they all stay in session this year. So I think that might have been part of the magic of it, and that's why I hope that. And you graciously gave us $80,000 to do it, and we really didn't want to come back and ask for more to continue on, because we can't do it ourselves. I mean, they cost about $10,000 to $12,000 every week that we put them on for the bands and for the police and everything else that goes into it. So I hope that the community will really embrace the thought of maybe doing another series next summer, whatever that looks like, and that maybe you will help us out again and fund that next summer, and we'll all do it again.
Thank you. And if I may, are there other events that are similar that are planned for the town that the chamber's involved in?
There is. Thank you for your question. We have on September 4th, which is Labor Day weekend, we have an end of summer celebration in the town plaza. We'll close Montebello Avenue, and we have all of the service organizations will be serving beverages and different food. We have a lot of restaurants out participating as well. We have 3 bands scheduled for that day. The event is from 1 until 8 p.m. I think it will be a great end of summer celebration that we really have survived and thrived through this last 18, 19 months, whatever it's been, and to really kind of celebrate the promenades as well. So I hope to see a lot of people out there then. We're hoping to have a wine walk also in October, and then with any luck, and we'll bring this back again, we will, the promenade idea is a really good one, and so we would hope to maybe do it in December for something that looks kind of like the promenade, and then maybe do it again in the spring, and then maybe bring it back in the summer. I think it's an idea that has really caught on everywhere. So I love it.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions?
I have one more speaker.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Summers. Ms. Neitz?
So the next speaker is Todd Martinez from Zoom.
Hey there, my name is Rachel Martinez. I'm coming through my husband's computer. I am an independent hairstylist at Parlor 308, just down from the high school. And actually, Catherine Summers has been helping me try to work with the parking situation for the Olive Zone, because we have been excluded from the free parking all summer to try to encourage clients and just basically reward people for patronizing the local businesses. We're pretty heavily monitored at our salon, and she was actually in for an appointment with me one day when the parking monitor came through, and so we both walked out to talk to him. And ever since then, he knows my car. I've been purchasing also, let me back up, parking permits for the past 10 to 12 years. And I was kind of holding out for the new parking program that they were talking about. But it sounded like they were talking more about parking permits. But now I'm understanding maybe that they were trying to, for other maybe employees, like certain lots for other businesses.
Yeah, Ms.
But,
Martinez, I think doesn't necessarily apply to the parklet recovery program that we have, huh?
No,
would you
I
like
was
to?
trying to go back to parking. Yeah.
Okay, you'll have an opportunity if we could save our time, and then afterwards, we'll have verbal communication, and you'll have an opportunity to talk to us about parking at that time.
That would be just fine. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Ms. Neese, any other speakers?
No further speakers.
Okay, so I will close public testimony and bring this back to my colleagues. Any questions based on what you have heard? Any comments, and ultimately a motion? Vice Mayor, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not sure how you want to tackle this. There's kind of two pieces to it. I'd like to maybe start with dealing with the enforcement of the removal of the tops and the sides. First, I guess the comment on the only places I think there's sides left, they're not so bad. They are covering undesirable things like a parking lot and a metal box and stuff like that. I guess I'd start off by saying thank you to staff. I think you've done a really good job of taking our direction and trying to be flexible with it and not putting undue burden on the businesses. So thank you for that. And so I think you've done a pretty good job, and I appreciate that you're coming back to us to check on the direction on how strict we want to be on these things. And, you know, when we make these motions, we don't know what's going to happen with the direction we give. And so, for example, when we said we wanted to take down the sides, we said that, I think, because it looked really bad. And it blocked the view of the businesses. So if I were to make the motion again, I would say take down the sides unless they're not blocking the view, or there can be left if they're blocking something unsightly, such as a parking lot, for example. You know, I'm talking about the Forbes Mill one. I can't remember if there's another option. So I realize it's difficult to apply things uniformly when sometimes you don't really want to. So my opinion is on the sides there, they actually make things look better, for example. So again, I would say, you know, the sides have to be removed if they are blocking a business or look unsightly, and now that's a subjective term, unfortunately. When I go to the removal of the tops, again, it's do they look bad, and are they blocking the view of other businesses or their nameplates above their businesses? Again, I think we were looking at what was on the street when all of the tent sides were there, and it looked, you know, not very good. And so I think a lot of what we were trying to do was clean up the look. The other portion of this is now, well, if we've asked some to remove it and some have spent more money putting nice tops on and others just have cheap tents, there's sort of a fairness portion to it also. I would say when I walked up and down the street carefully looking, and the tents that are up I don't think are very bad looking now. I'm hesitant to make businesses that are still trying to recover go spend money, you know, for more expensive type covers at this point. I realize there's a couple businesses that looks like they're actually blocked, but there's only a couple. I think Voluptuary is a good example of one that's blocked by it. I saw some businesses put banners on the parklets so that people know they're there. I think that's probably not allowed, but I would say, again, for this temporary time, if we extend parklets, which we haven't decided on, I would think that might be something we want to allow for these cases where they are blocked. So I'm suggesting maybe we allow the tents as they are, but I'm curious to see I'm going to stop at this point and just get feedback from my colleagues on this point.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Bristow.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor Rennie. I would have to respectfully disagree with you. I think that the tents are pretty obscuring. I walked around a lot in the last couple days, and Another place I'm going to, in terms of not trying to get subjective about what works and what doesn't, is ultimately the only K-rail we're going to allow to remain after September 19th is for parklets that are going to become semi-permanent. Is that correct?
That's correct, with the exception of 3 restaurants that did not apply for a semi-permanent parklet, and so this is why I captured all restaurants in there. However, we could definitely go in any direction that the council desires.
Okay, so that's a separate issue, because I was assuming any restaurant or business that had not applied for a semi-permanent parklet was losing their K-rail on September 19th. And part of that is it's not their fault that the new parklets can't be constructed immediately. And so essentially we're giving our public space to give assistance to our restaurants. We're also giving a lot of money to subsidize these parklets. And so for the businesses that are opting in to do the semi-permanent parklet, you know, I would be quite inclined to keep the K-rail there, because they can't build these overnight. We can't even get the work done that quickly. And so as it's phased in, what I would envision is on one block or some area, some of the parklets go in, the K-rails go up, then the next phase goes in. And what I'm getting to is that for each of those locations where there's K-rail right now, and there's going to be a semi-permanent parklet, there's not going to be a tent. And so those restaurants are ultimately going to have umbrellas or sailcloth or something else in the long term. And so I would say the first step they invest in is on September 19th, they put that sailcloth or that umbrella up and get rid of the tent. So I'm not seeing a compelling reason to keep the tent. The problem I have with the tents is, you know, with that peak, they do actually block the side of the buildings. The reason we approved the parklet design that we have, and what's nice about them, is they're quite see-through. We've got the planters and then the rails and then a very low-profile roof. And when you walk by there, they have an airiness to them that doesn't look like you're blocking out the buildings. And if that's where we're going, I think we can phase in that way with the K-rail parklets where, you know, they already had to invest in furniture, each business. They can next invest in whatever kind of top they're going to be putting on their semi-permanent parklet. So that's my inclination. I think the problem with tents, besides the fact that they are not as elegant looking and they peak up, so they they have a peak and so they block the building, is that they have that option to put the walls on. And we are not going to do that again. I don't see us going away from indoor dining. People might not be as inclined toward indoor dining, but with masking, I think we're going to be able to keep our businesses open. And the problem we've had with tents is people did not comply all the time with only having 2 sides down. I saw quite a few with 3 or 4 sides down, and eliminating the tents eliminates that issue. So that's where I'm heading.
Councilmember Hudis?
Thank you. And I agree with Councilmember Risto about the tents. I think where the investment has been made to improve the parklet from the K-rail, whatever steps have been taken, I think have been really positive, and I think we should try to incentivize that. I was maybe a little skeptical about putting a burden on our restaurants and retail about the speed that we were asking folks to do it last time when we approved it, but I, at this point, think that it would be good to extend some of these restrictions, but continue to incentivize moving to the permanent solution and the roof or the umbrellas that look a lot better. I think the town could look better. I actually had a question for staff about it. Part of the request, I believe, is for $680,000, and is that due to costs increasing or due to the popularity of the program? And you know, what kind of numbers are we talking about?
The increase is due to the popularity of the program. We weren't expecting as many applications as we received. So we have 43, including the 5 original that are eligible for retroactive. Within the cost, we also incorporated the subsidies for the town fees, the encroachment permit, the building permits, and all of that. So that's really, it becomes quite a subsidy for each business, and so that's why we have the ask. I do suspect that there will be a couple applications that we have in
that won't build, that we have some kind of just little nuances that we're working through with businesses. So there may be a few that decide it's not going to work for them in their situation. So this would be a max amount. We also haven't received any estimates yet. We have one building permit that's been issued, and that particular business said that their contractor is so backed up at this point that they're not even getting an exact estimate quite yet. So that's another piece of the challenge because we're still calculating the full 40,000 for each business.
Okay. Do you have a follow-up?
Yes. So, understanding this is coming from sort of volume, and we're getting, we had, 3, and then we had some success, and now we're moving to 38, and we haven't received a design, we haven't received actual bids yet. I'm wondering if it's possible to start thinking about some economies of scale, such as, more design reuse and potentially encouraging volume contracts with contractors. It seems as though with the success and the numbers is also the opportunity potentially to reduce some of the costs, or at least not to authorize the full amount if we haven't even seen bids yet, and we can see that there will be a lot of them. And I doubt that we're going to end up with 38 contractors. There are probably going to be a smaller number that end up doing them. And so is it possible to reduce cost is what I'm asking.
I'll start with this, and then I think Director Morley has something that he would like to share as well. So originally, we had subsidized the cost. So the design is very much the same. It's almost the exact same design that everyone's using. And there's about 5 different finishes that the architect has put forward to allow for a little bit of individuality to take place. To date, we have stayed out of the contractor piece and the material piece for a couple of different reasons. And I think that Mr. Morley can elaborate on some of those.
Thank you for the question. So there's certainly some challenges with the town taking it on, but from a contractor's perspective, I think the Chamber has a list of contractors, as Monica might have said, that can provide that economy of scale. So I think we started out in that direction, and we're continuing in that direction. The town certainly has some challenges if we were to look at bidding it as a town project with the prevailing wage costs and increasing the cost of the project from that perspective. And then putting together a bid package would take a little bit of time and would extend the length of the duration of the project.
Okay, thank you. I mean, we get to the discussion, I will have some ideas about cost reduction.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bristow?
Thank you. I have a question for, I think, Ms. Wren. In terms of looking at what the cost is, we have committed to subsidizing up to $40,000 or 75% of the cost of each parklet, whichever is more. So at most, we are on the... Whichever's less, I'm sorry. So at most, we are on the hook for $40,000 per parklet. Is that what the basis was for this cost?
Yes, that's correct. So the calculation that we did and the funding request before you tonight estimates that each business gets the full $40,000.
Okay. And so so we are guessing that there may be smaller parklets that would not, where 75% would be less than $40,000. Of course, we don't know till the bids come in, but.
That's correct. I don't want to guess on the construction because I know the industry is really impacted right now, but we do have several, I would say almost half are less than 2 stalls. They're like 1 stall or a little bit more. I think a lot of the cost is actually getting the contractor out there and getting the materials out there. So I don't know that there's a big difference between a 1 stall and a 2 stall parklet, but we do have the majority of them are smaller than 2. So we do anticipate that there could be some that cost less. We have worked with the chamber. They were going to do some sourcing for the actual concrete planters. That's one way that we can do an economy of scale. I don't know if they were able to make any work on that, but we can continue to have that conversation with them and see. They've been our opportunity to because we don't typically give out contractor names. So that's been our opportunity for them to go out and do some work with the businesses and find contractors and find vendors.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Vice Mayor?
Well, mine's not really a question. I was going to suggest that there's a lot of interlinked things in here, and we may not agree on all the details. And I was going to suggest that I try breaking off the first piece with a motion to approve staff's recommendation on A, which is the temporary K-rail parklets, which is to extend the sunset date for dining establishments until January 31st, 2022, and approve a budget adjustment of $40,000 from ARP in order to do that. And I'm happy to take amendments to my motion, but I wanted to kind of maybe break this piece off, because if we agree on this, then we understand what some of the next pieces are.
Absolutely, and thank you for taking that. It's the most expeditious way to handle this. Yes, Councilmember Hudis?
I just wanted to second the motion as it is.
So we have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments to the motion? Okay, I'll call the question. Councilmember Hudis?
Aye.
Aye.
I vote aye. Councilmember Risto?
Aye.
And Councilmember Badami?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Okay, who would like to begin the discussion with direction on temporary tents? We've provided some input. Councilmember Badami?
So I am not in favor of providing an extension on those tents and weather-related structures. Council gave firm direction and a generous time frame to comply with the overhead covers, and the majority of businesses have complied. And it's very few, a very minority that have not. So when I'm looking at the fact of the minority of businesses that have not complied, it does not comport with our equity strategy. So for that reason alone, I would not support it.
Okay. Any other comments? Yes, Councilmember Risto?
I guess it should wait. I have a question.
Yes, feel free.
Okay, so there was a question in here about enforcement, and I don't know, what are our options for enforcement? I mean, because you've asked us for guidance on enforcement, but I don't know what we're legally able to do, what has been done in the past. I mean, would it just get confiscated after the second warning, or what?
Again, I can start, and then my colleagues can support me, either Mr. Paulson or Mr. Schultz. So we could go the code compliance route, where we offer letters that ask for enforcement and then move towards fines. We could enter, or we could give a notice and then remove the products, and then folks could come and pick up their products at our yard. Joel, do you have anything else?
Thank you. Joel Paulson, Community Development Director. Ms. Wren's correct. We can go through the citation and then fine option. Otherwise, I will defer to Mr. Morley. We can do the warning, and then after the second warning, the town Parks and Public Works Department can come remove those tents, and as Ms. Wren mentioned, they could pick those up at the courtyard, I assume.
Mr. Schultz, do you have anything else to add?
Yeah, I think that's the process that we do for any other code enforcement. Is we warn, we try to get voluntary compliance. We would be much more stricter if that's the deadline. And if they don't, then we would issue that fine. And if that's not done, then we would use our own forces to remove it, because it is within our public right-of-ways to be able to do that, as opposed to if it was on private property, then you'd have to get a court order to remove that offending structure. But in this case, since it's on our property, we could use our own forces and wouldn't have to get a court order.
Yes, Councilmember Risto?
Okay, yeah, I was thinking of that because it's on our property, essentially. It's on the public right-of-way. Another question I have is, are any of the parklets that are out of compliance, have all of them applied for semi-permanent parklets?
All but one. And then we have one who has a pre-built semi-permanent parklet that has a cover that needs a building permit. So we do have kind of two different situations going. So the direction tonight, we would want to apply equitably, if that's the will of the council, so that if it's no unpermitted or no structures over no structures at all over temporary K-rail parklets, and then any that are over the semi-permanents must either be the sails, the umbrellas, the movable one that's approved, or as you recall, in June, we did approve a low-profile solid roof And we are working with the architect to establish what that definition is, what the pitch of that is, et cetera. And we don't have any permits for those in our office to date. Does that clarify? Sorry.
It does. So I guess because the direction I was going was for any K-rail parklets that are out of compliance that have applied for semi-permanent parklet, so going from K-rail to semi-permanent, nothing's permanent. If they are out of compliance and they receive a code letter and they don't comply, we can just deduct that from our subsidy toward their parklet. So we have control there. The problem is we're still stuck with this unsightly thing. So I would like to see code compliance, but I also think that they should understand that by a certain date it will be removed. I mean, one concern I have is a tent may or may not be a huge liability, but at least one parklet has a television outside. And so if we were to remove a vertical thing and damage a television, we might be at risk. I don't know. I'll leave that to the legality of the town lawyer.
And I think that's an excellent point, though. We do have some leverage to say if that temporary has a application in to do a semi-permanent one, is as long as your temporary is up, we will not process. So you are going to the end of the line and won't be processed for the permanent until your tent's removed. So that can be also maybe a leverage that we can use.
Any further questions, Councilmember? Councilmember Hughes.
I wanted to just second the motion, and if there's any modification needed for enforcement, but
Actually, there is no motion. I didn't, unless, would you like to turn your comments into a motion?
Sure,
I'm sorry.
I'll make a motion. So I move to continue to disallow vertical barriers, banner, or shades of any kind, and temporary tents and other weather protection covers except for umbrellas and movable sail-type shade covers within the temporary K-rail parklets through the duration of the temporary K-rail parklet program, and enforce these requirements through typical code compliance practices.
And Councilmember Hughes, you're
I would
making the
second
second?
it. Yes.
Any questions or comments to the motion? Vice Mayor.
Start with a question for staff. So she mentioned vertical. What vertical's left other than Forbes Mill?
Well, without putting that business on the spot, they do have vertical shades that are along the street side as well. Due to the sun that comes in, they have yet to remove them. We do have another business, I believe, who has taken them down and put them back up and taken them back down again. So I'm not sure what the status is on that business today. But that's the same complaint is the sun. So I don't know about those that are blocking unsightly. But as far as the ones at Forbes Mill that are blocking the parking lot, those are actually on private property. So it's that public space would be the parklets in the street or on public right-of-way that would be required to follow this motion.
Okay, then I'll ask you, so this motion now, the way it stands, my calculation, about half of the businesses would have to take stuff down, and that would include that entire row from North and the Japanese restaurant and Coupe de Thai, and I guess it's a tent. Those are hard structures that they've invested in building something. And then there's a tent in front of the Black Watch, I believe. So all that would come down. And then there's one in front of, there's two small tents. So one is Round Table Pizza, and there was another small white one next to it. I'm forgetting which business that is also. And there may be a couple more, and obviously Gardino's. Is there more than that you can recall? Because there was a comment that said not many businesses would be affected, and I feel like at least half of the businesses, and some of them that have invested substantially, will be affected. So I'm trying to get an accurate account here.
So of those that you listed, they do all have tents. I would say at least 50% have some sort of tent or covering that's not approved. Of the ones along the block that you shared that are solid, one of those, and I'm going to have to ask our building official to confirm this, one I do believe came in for a building permit and they were already in the parklet process. However, if I understand this motion correctly, it would be no covers on any K-rail parklet. So even if that was permitted, it would now need to be removed. Is that correct? Robert? Is it one?
Yes, that's correct. Robert Gray, Chief Building Official. There's only one parklet that's left over from the original applications, and they're in the process right now of trying to get that approved.
Okay, thank you. I just would say I think this is a little extreme, especially for some of the structures that have had a lot of investment in them, and I don't think I will support the motion as is.
Councilmember Risto.
I have a couple comments. One, I'd like to make a friendly amendment to the motion, if I could, that we would allow coverings on the K-rail parklets if they were in compliance with what we would allow on the semi-permanent parklet. And so sailcloth or, a permitted structure, because we've said no covers whatsoever. That was the motion, correct? It had no covers? Which was one of the concerns. If that's the case, then I would amend it to include whatever covers we're allowing on the semi-permanent parklet. The other comment I have is for any kind of vertical component of a K-rail parklet, that it could not be any taller than whatever the planter height is. So, or, not, well, I guess they have the K-rail, but between parklets, they could have a vertical member if it were no higher than the K-rail. And there are other ways to block unsightly views. Plants, I mean, we're not prohibiting frondy plants by this motion, I don't think. So we're allowing things on the ground that frond upward, but perhaps no hardscape.
Okay.
I don't know. I would say, but nothing that can't be seen through and is construction. Some of the parklets have plexiglass between them. I'm not sure what that does.
So let's follow this procedurally. And so, Councilmember Badami, there was a friendly amendment. And if you need staff clarification, we can go there first.
Yeah, I'd like to get some clarification because we went into some other
Sure.
avenues on that.
So, Ms. Wren, if you could clarify.
So I would have a couple of questions to the amendment. So for example, the three businesses that Vice Mayor Rennie gave, we don't have standards for that low profile roof yet. We've been asked for a specific pitch by the architect, which matches a pitch that's out there right now. And it quite frankly isn't flat. It will run off directly into the street. So it doesn't meet how we understood the council's direction to be about a relatively flat. Second to that, those that are unpermitted would have to go through the full building permit process because they have built a permanent structure. So by allowing them to stay, they're not going to be in compliance until they can meet that full cycle, which may or may not make sense if they're going through the building permit cycle for a semi-permanent parklet. They will have to go eventually because the chances of those fitting the semi-permanent parklets are slim to none because they have to be engineered for the wind, they have to be anchored in. And so those, as far as I know, didn't use an engineer. They were just built by a contractor to provide coverage. So we would have to go back and look, do they meet building code? How can we get them a building permit? How quickly can we do that? And does that fiscally make sense to them, for them, while they're going through this other process? So I don't know if that offers any clarity. It just kind of offers a little bit more of the conundrum that we end up in when we look at the different things that have been implemented.
Okay, and if you could clarify, the original motion contained the removal of the unpermitted structures. And so I'm looking at Councilmember Badami. That is my understanding of the motion.
Correct. And with Ms. Wren's clarification, my motion stands.
Okay. Okay. And if the motion stands, then I don't need to ask the second. And so any further questions? Okay. And so I'll call the question. Councilmember Badami?
Aye.
Councilmember Risto?
Aye.
I vote aye. Vice Mayor?
No.
And Councilmember Hudas?
Aye.
And it passes 4-1 with Vice Mayor Rennie dissenting. Okay, so we've covered A1, A2, we have B1 and C. And so who'd like to begin discussion on B1, which is the additional funding of $680,000? Councilmember Hudas.
So this is a large amount of money from the ARPA funds, $680,000. And I understand that we got there from the 1.26 million that was previously allocated plus 200,000 that was granted to the grandfathered units. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So I think that the 200,000 for the grandfathered units makes sense. I am uncomfortable with seeing no attempts to contain the cost as the volume goes up, and I'm also skeptical about 38 contractors being the best way to get this done. I want to see it move forward, so I think I would say that it would make sense to go ahead and allocate the additional 680,000, but to ask staff to use their best efforts to obtain a 25% cost reduction by working with the folks downtown who were working with the contractors. And I think we may be running into trouble anyway to meet our schedule with all of these 38 individual contracts. So I think if, within about 3 months, we're not seeing progress, then it should come back to the council to see whether maybe that aspect should be taken over by the town rather than allowing each of these contracts to go forward if we're never going to get there. So I think there, as pointed out by Mr. Morley, there are some downsides to the town getting involved, but I do think that we have to be involved if we're going to really see this happen, and I think it's a very good thing that we do that. So that's kind of the way I feel about it. I could put it into a motion, but I wanted to kind of get my view out there at this point.
Thank you. Any comments? So, yes, Councilmember Risto.
I have a question. I understand where Councilmember Hudes is going. My concern is that what I thought I heard from Director Morley was that if the town got involved, the cost would go higher because of salaries and, extended work. Also, I would think the businesses would have every reason to make sure they get a good price on the contract because they are on the hook for anything beyond $40,000 or beyond that 75% that we're covering. But I do agree that it would be good to get an update in 3 months to see where we are and how things are queuing up. I do have a question. Do you have any idea whether contingent parklets or nearby parklets businesses are they going to be coordinating to get them built together? I mean, there certainly are parklets that are contiguous.
Yeah, so it's my understanding that several of the neighboring businesses who are doing them are going to be using the same contractor. What we had come to agreement with the architect is instead of doing one large parklet in those instances is they think individual slabs is a better way to go so that if there's an issue under one, they don't have to pull up parklets for several businesses. However, we are moving neighboring businesses through the phases together so that the engineering's happening together. And then for the most part, those that I have spoken to are going to use the same contractors. Sometimes there's neighbors who don't necessarily see eye to eye on business, so they won't. But I think the chamber has identified 5 that they are recommending to folks, so that we could work on a partnership with them if that was something that you would all like, and then they can go out and do that work so that the town's not involved.
That makes a lot of sense to me. Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? Councilmember Hudes.
Just one other comment on this, and that is that these are the town's streets where these are going to be placed, and we're asking all of these businesses to do that. I had one other concern, and that is that as we're putting these parklets in, are we impeding our ability to get to an eventual streetscape that might reconfigure the town, and it's one of the projects that we're being asked to take a look at tonight. And so I see the involvement of town and town engineering to again try to use best efforts to see whether there's some aspect of the design and construction as it goes in so that they can come out later easily and not be an impediment to a reconfiguration of the streetscape. So I would, we had a discussion about this, but I would like to, I think that would be important to state it formally, that it would be valuable for the town to see whether there's any way to reuse toward permanent streetscape the work that's being done.
Okay.
So again, it's not so much something that I would say had to be redesigned right now, but that it would be for the town to use its best efforts to achieve a design that will not be an impediment to a streetscape change.
Any further questions? Vice Mayor.
I'm struggling with that concept because I don't know how you do that without redesigning it.
Excuse me, your radio's interfering with our meeting. Yes, please proceed.
So maybe let me ask staff if, with that direction, what that means to you.
So to date, we've been really clear with businesses that there is a streetscape project that the council had identified prior to COVID, and that we understand that as still being an end goal. So the 7 to 10 year semi-permanent timeframe has been set out for the businesses. We have told them that's the intention. However, we've also been very upfront and transparent with, we don't know what tomorrow brings. We don't know what 5 years from now brings. So there could potentially be issues under the ground. There could be things that happen. The way that these are constructed, as I understand it, is there's a barrier that's laid down between the asphalt and the concrete that allows for the concrete to be pulled up much easier, and then the street can be repaired with a slurry seal. As far as using them in a future streetscape, I think we would have to see the condition of them once we were ready to move forward with that project, because we don't know, they could be wildly successful and really well kept, and they could end up being a 20-year thing that we incorporate, or we could start to see in 7 to 10 years that they become dilapidated and they don't fit any longer. So with that, I'll ask Director Morley if he has anything else to add about the capital project.
I think you pretty much nailed it there, Monica. The only thing I might add is that it's highly unlikely that these parklets would be able to be used in the future for some sort of a streetscape project. The work that goes into a streetscape project would change the grade significantly along Santa Cruz. It would tear up a significant amount of the work, because at that point we'd want to do utility work to capture that, which goes to every single building underneath the parklets. So it's not likely at all that that would be the case. But they'll work fine, and as Monica described, they're built to be removed so that they don't impede any future construction. So we'll have to really think about what a future construction project looks like. It will be impactful for the downtown, so we'll want to be cautious as we proceed with that, or when we do get to that stage, and we'll work through that with all the stakeholders as we approach it.
Vice Mayor?
So Mayor, I don't think we have a motion on this. I will just go ahead and make a motion that we allocate the additional funding of $680,000 from our ARPA allocation to meet the response for the additional ones. Any additional comments will just leave separate from the motion, and staff can take those as they wish.
Okay, and so I have a second. Councilmember Risto?
Second.
Okay, and then Councilmember Badami, do you have a question or a comment on the motion?
No, I was going to second it, but I'll be in support of it.
Okay, I just have a quick question of staff. If you can remind me the public-private partnership that we have with our merchants, cleanliness, ways to enforce it. You did mention like how it's kept up and maintenance. So if you could just remind me of that and what we as a town have in terms of enforcing cleanliness when it's being used and not being used.
Sure. So first and foremost, part of the reason why we use concrete over a wooden deck is that food and debris can't get underneath, and rodents don't nest, and smells don't start to permeate from underneath the parklet. So the concrete does provide a more hygienic, cleanable floor. There is, of course, the grate for the gutter and the stormwater to run through. We do have a public-private partnership agreement that we will execute with each business prior to their construction starting and prior to the first half of the grant being issued. That does have a maintenance schedule. We're going to redo the agreements with the first 5 so that all parklets are on a level playing field. They're required to maintain their parklets. They're required to have them open for the public to use when they're not operating. So they can lock their furniture up, but it still has to be kind of movable and able to use. They're responsible for the trash and the debris. They also provide the liability insurance. And they're responsible for all the furnishings. So the grant is only covering construction. They cannot use that money for any sort of furnishings within the parklet. And then I'll ask Mr. Schultz if you have anything else about the agreement that should be noted.
No, not overall. We're strengthening a lot of the language to make certain that both parties know exactly the playing field and what's required in their duties, responsibilities. Just for example, after the semi-permanent ones went in, the direction has always been from council that they have to remain open after hours for the public. So the agreement exactly spells out that the furniture must be left on when they're not open. They can certainly lock it up or find long chains or cables if they're concerned about someone stealing the chairs, but they have to be able to be usable by the public, and there has to be signage that says that they're able for the general public on non-operating hours. So a lot of just cleanup that we've certainly learned over the past year, and absolutely spelling out the structures, the overhead structures, the ones that are allowed and aren't allowed.
And are there clear steps for just cleanliness? And again, lessons learned.
Absolutely.
Sometimes there are some parklets that are more clean than others.
Yes, that's all spelled out, all the duties and responsibilities.
Okay, thank you. And Councilmember Hudis.
Yeah, thank you. I have become convinced that the town staff should be able to manage this, but I think when you allocate a certain amount of money, it gets used no matter what. And so I think it would be good to hear back from staff in 3 months about how it's going, whether these individual businesses are able to get contractors or whether the town needs to step in, and and for the town to keep an eye on it and see whether there's any opportunity, number one, for cost reduction, because this is a much larger number, I think, than we had anticipated. And number two, to continually, as this is going on, look at ways for these semi-permanent to not be an impediment to an eventual streetscape. So with that, I will be supporting the motion, but I would like to stay engaged, and I think the council should stay engaged on this so that we end up with a good outcome.
Aye.
Councilmember Rusto?
Aye.
I vote aye. Vice Mayor Rennie?
Aye.
And Councilmember Hudis.
Aye.
Okay, and this motion passes unanimously. And then for our final item, it was just an opportunity to debrief on the Thursday night promenade. I think it sounded like all of us were present at one or all or some, and so it's an opportunity really to see your thoughts on the success. And as staff mentioned, there were definitely lessons learned. And so I think it's always good to take advantage of these pilots and see what we can learn from and how we can incorporate into future. And so I open it up to any of you. Councilmember Badami.
So I would like to thank the chamber, Ms. Summers, town staff for putting this together, because it was a big success. And it was clear to me that people were brought together, they were happy, they were joyful. I was able to witness it firsthand from the balcony on North Santa Cruz Ave where I work and walking North Santa Cruz Ave during the day and at night. And it was just wonderful to see. So thank you to everyone for putting it together.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Risto?
Thank you. I walked through 2 of them. I would say that the promenades achieved exactly what they were intended to do. So I think the vision of the chamber and the really hard work of the chamber and the support of town staff brought downtown Los Gatos liveliness again. You know, we've missed the Christmas parade. We didn't have Jazz in the Plaza. We haven't had music in the park. And I just saw people of all ages downtown coming together, enjoying themselves. And I also saw people from other communities coming in and finding out what a great place Los Gatos is. And our downtown will never function if only residents are there. And so bringing in outside shoppers, outside visitors was part of the key as well. And I think we achieved that. With any big event where you've got music and you've got alcohol consumption, you probably have a little more activity for the police to keep an eye on. But we understand that with vitality sometimes comes a little bit of more necessary oversight, which we learned, I think, in the last two. I also felt like when we first authorized them, it seemed like a little scale back because initially the chamber wanted to put on 14 of them and we scaled it to 7. I think that was perfect. The energy, the excitement built with each one, we achieved what we needed to achieve. And now students are back to school, there's other activities going on, and people are downtown again. I talked to quite a few businesses. I know some retailers would have liked to have stayed open later and participated, but they're lacking workers. And so in a lot of cases, it wasn't due to a lack of engagement, but a lack of employees. And hopefully that will turn around by next summer. I spoke to a retailer on Main Street who said she didn't see any change in her business, but she went down after her business closed and was so excited to see the activity and people back downtown. I know a few other businesses downtown did a lot better. I know Pharmaca really got a lot of customers, and other businesses got that visibility, because I think the primary beneficiaries of the night of the promenades were the restaurants. But we know if the restaurants do well, the rest of the town does. So I'm so supportive of these events.
Okay. Councilmember Hudis and then Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I also wanted to thank staff for putting together the data and collecting data from residents and from our business owners through the survey, and I think that's really helpful. And I think I read it as 55% positive to 65% positive, which I think is pretty good considering some of the folks I know. But I did want to ask, and I don't know that I don't believe the data showed this, but whether it's possible to stratify between the retail business owners and the food and beverage business owners in terms of their perception and their attitudes about it. And as I mentioned earlier, I'm worried about the retail, and so I would suggest maybe taking another look at the survey data and stratifying between retail and food and beverage on their attitude as we start planning new events or these other ones that are coming up in the fall. Maybe there's a way to even improve the impact.
Okay, and Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm trying to figure out where to start now. I also looked through the survey data today, and I had some of the same thoughts. It'd be nice to correlate some of the answers. You had a few. There was very few that said, it was terrible, it was awful, and then there was some that said, well, my business isn't in downtown, and I'm wondering is it the same ones that didn't get to participate that said it was awful, for example? There was different things in there that it might have helped to understand some of the answers, that you might be able to correlate them, things of that sort, to understand the data better. But I think the negatives were very small in there, so I hesitated to bring it up, but it was something I found interesting. I agree with, I think, everything Councilmember Risto said. I thank staff and the chamber for putting it on. It achieved everything. I think it turned out really good. And she talked about the length of it, and I was thinking about that also. We tried to do Thursday nights a few years ago, and they were marginally successful. The retail businesses didn't pick up any people. This time, retail businesses were starting to pick up people. And the learning from this really was, in the beginning, there wasn't many people, and it built as it went along. So what that tells me is it's not very helpful to do 2 or 3. people are just still trying to get the word out or learn that it's such a great thing, or, they come and next time they got to bring their friends kind of thing. So I think that the number that we do is important. 14 probably would have been too many. It might have built to the point that it was too crazy, but something, the 7 seemed good. Maybe even if we did 10, that's something to think about for next year. Other things I think went well, the music on the ends of it, so that people would walk back and forth between the music and see the buildings and so forth, so it became a promenade. I know there was a little bit of complaints of people spilling over the ends into driving area or something, so maybe you move the music down a little bit so that doesn't happen. I'm sure there's lots of learnings that staff can adjust to. Other things I really appreciated were there was talk of you allowed a flatbed truck as a barrier. I think that's a really great flexibility to help keep the cost down, so we don't have to bring in some fancy barriers with some company that costs a lot of money. So I appreciate the flexibility of things like, using a truck or something else as a barrier that keeps us safe but also keeps the cost down. So I appreciate the flexibility and hope we continue to think like that in the future. The other thing that I liked was there was some setup of other organizations allowed in the middle. I saw KCAT set up. I think CERT might have been set up. So I liked that other organizations were able to participate in this, not just businesses. I think it helps bring the whole town into it as we get more people wanting to come down. Clearly, you have to be careful about blocking businesses, and I know, I think Travels Advisors sponsored a Rotary tent in front of their place, so it works out perfect. So if you can get a business to agree, or maybe if there's businesses that aren't going to be open, you move them to those spots. But at the same time, I would say we don't want it to get too crowded. If it turns into, when we put Fiesta de Art in, that was a disaster in my opinion. It was too crowded. You had a solid line down the middle. So and then I would add on this, we said no pop-ups. I would suggest we consider allowing, and when we said no pop-ups, I really thought about, we don't want to allow people that haven't invested in Los Gatos with a brick and mortar location. I think we should consider allowing pop-ups of businesses that do have brick and mortar that don't happen to be in downtown. But again, we need to limit the number. And if you've got a lot of these, maybe you do a lottery. So, if there's 5 of them allowed over 7 weeks, that's 35 or something. I don't know what the right number is, but I suggest we think about something like this. Set a small number of businesses that have invested in Los Gatos and allow them also in, but keep the number down and provide some kind of lottery system for it. Let's see, what else did I have? Finances. I would ask the chamber not to count on us to finance the whole thing next time. This year we know businesses are recovering from the pandemic and being shut down, and so we really invested a lot this year. I'm expecting by next year they will be well on the way to a recovery, and typically, they contribute into these kinds of things. So maybe it's a little more of a partnership next time between the town and the chamber and the businesses on the finance side. Because we mostly provided the finances this time, and that's not the way we do it and have done it in the past. It's mostly been, okay, we'll allow you to do it, but you got to pay for it. My thoughts on finances. I'm not sure how many porta potties there are. One thing that concerns me is when these start to get a little too crazy with a lot of drinking, I want to make sure we don't end up with people peeing on people's lawns, because that's where we get a lot of oppositions very quickly. So I'd like us to make sure we think about bathroom facilities to make sure we don't go to a place that's going to generate a lot of opposition. We might have started to get a couple that were getting close to that crazy level. I think that's all my comments, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to go ahead and echo the comments that have already been made. I think it was a wonderful event, and it brought the community together. As already has said, it benefited many neighbors who were anxious to be out and celebrate with the community. So I appreciate the partnership that we had with the chamber and the nimbleness in adapting to many of the issues that were discovered. I would actually be supportive of something over the winter, as Ms. Summers had mentioned. I think we've highlighted that the retailers perhaps didn't benefit as much as some of the restaurateurs, and so if there's an opportunity to take advantage of the holiday shopping season, what comes to mind is Christmas markets in Europe, but something similar that still brings the community out together, but this time provides more of an emphasis on retail and supporting retails, I think would be great. But overall, I'm looking forward to it next year with sponsorship. And again, I just thank the chamber and the staff that contributed. To those in the public that did enjoy it, it was on the backs of many volunteers. And so again, hopefully we'll have sponsors so it's not the same 4 staff on the chamber side and our staff volunteering to clean up at the end of the event. So with that, I think we've provided comments. Is there anything else that Ms. Wren would be helpful with regard to this piece of the conversation?
I think that we've wrapped everything up tonight. Thank you so much for all of your discussion and your thoughtful direction. I do want to, it might be a little bit of a reach, but I do want to speak on behalf of the chamber. I had a couple of conversations with them. I know that they were looking forward to your discussion tonight and hearing the feedback that you had. And I do anticipate them coming forward with a proposal based on whatever the debrief was tonight. So I think that they were going to take that in, and you probably will hear some more of their ideas and stuff in writing within the next couple of months for moving forward.
Absolutely. And I do want to take advantage, for those that didn't mention, I did attend the chamber quarterly meeting, and Ms. Wren had shared with us that as she attends these regional meetings, many of her colleagues have asked her how we were able to quickly pivot and create such a wonderful, vital downtown. And again, I want to commend staff for really doing their best in working with our partners to give us the downtown that we're all so proud of. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would echo that, the sentiment and just the leadership that everyone is looking at Los Gatos right now, and the compliments I get for our council and the hard work that has been noticed, Bay Area wide. And it all comes back to your hard work and your dedication and your devotion to our businesses and our community. So thank you. It's been a pleasure doing the work.
Thank you. Okay, colleagues, if we can, it's 9 o'clock. If we can take a break until 9:05, and then we will continue 12, 13, and 14. No? Thank you. Everyone, if we can begin, thank you for the returning. And if we can, let's move to items number 12.
Good evening, Matt Morley, Director of Parks and Public Works, here to talk to you about the capital improvement program. I'm sorry, what's that, Shelley?
I don't think your mic is on.
Yeah, I think it's on.
Okay. You're very faint.
Okay, I'll scoot closer. And I have a little PowerPoint to show you, and I think that'll be up in just a second. And so on the next slide, wanted to start by talking about a little bit about our unfunded needs. And so as the report shows, we've categorized $41 million in deferred capital dollars, and that number is growing. So we have an ADA study that's going on right now that will identify some additional needs. And in that number, there is not, it does not include the list, attachment 1, the list of projects that we've identified. So there's a list of needs there that are not sort of that deferred capital list, but sort of the needs that we've identified as something we want to do. The list in attachment 1 is prioritized with 4 levels of priority. Doesn't mean that those projects should go in that order, but we wanted to give some reason for why the projects were on the list in that order. It completely makes sense at some point to go down that list and pull a project from lower down, especially if they're lesser cost, and it's something that is a council priority to do. And it's an ever-evolving process, so it's going to continue to evolve. The numbers will continue to change, and at this point increase as we continue to collect data on what our needs are. There are a couple projects of special interest that we highlight in the report, the downtown streetscape that we talked about during the last item, and the need for future funds for that. So we're estimating in excess of $10 million to do a downtown streetscape project in today's dollars, and that will escalate itself over time. So we'll need to figure out what that project looks like and what the costs are. And we had done a nice job, the council had done a great job of starting to set aside dollars. There may be some opportunity to switch out ARPA funds for that. We can talk about that at some point if the council wants to. But ultimately, that's out there in the future and something big to think about, much like the council did when they funded the Almond Grove, where they gave it some thought and put together funds over time. And of course, the fire fuel reduction is a big project. And we have some decisions on whether we want to act now and do some fire risk mitigation or wait for 6 or 9 months for FEMA dollars. And there's some moving parts, chicken and egg type of thing for the dollars there. And we can talk about that. But really what it comes down to is the funds that we have budgeted now, we need for a FEMA match. We ultimately need that FEMA match in order to, those matching dollars in order to move a project forward. And so if we spend the money now on our own work, not only will FEMA not pay for that work, but we'll have to come up with the match at a later point for the rest of the project. So a bit of a challenge there and a sort of a risk-reward conversation for us. For funding that's available, there's 1.65 that is in the GFAR now, unprogrammed dollars. That's down slightly from the original amount, but we did make a $575,000 commitment to vegetation management at the end of last fiscal year. There are 3 projects there that are staff recommendations, some security enhancements here at the Civic Center to deal with some nefarious activity that has been happening behind this chamber itself, actually in the alleyway that runs between Town Hall and Pageant Park. So the goal would be to fence off that area, to put some gates in to stop the activities that have been occurring. It is an area where where town employees come in and out during all hours of the day because it serves some of our 24-hour operations. So it's an important area and something that, as we noted in the rankings, we rank security as a very important item. So it definitely floats to the top. We would like to continue our downtown parking program effort. We're working on a contract now that we'll bring to council in the next meeting or two for award of a contract to a consultant to do the design work for us. We want to move from that design work right into construction. In the budget that's existing, we have about $200,000. We figure just shy of $100,000 for the consultant And so this would round out, that would leave us $100,000 in our current budget. This would round out that to allow us to get a good start on signage in the downtown. And of course, as we move through the project, we'll have better numbers for you on what the program might look like from total costs in the future. And then we've heard a lot about Blossom Hill Road and the need for traffic calming along the corridor there in front of Blossom Hill School. We did do a traffic study out there. We have some recommendations for some changes we could make to that corridor that would slow traffic, do some traffic calming there. It's well over $1 million to do that work. We're recommending $200,000 to do the design work at this point. This would bring us to a shovel-ready project, and we would look for grant funding in the future for that project to fund construction. We still may need some matching dollars in the future, or we may be able to use our design work as the match, depending on the grant and the opportunity. But because it's right next to a school, it is a prime candidate for grant dollars, so that's a positive. So as we're looking at capital projects, we always look at the funding opportunities for the future, especially when we're doing just a design, asking for just design money on a particular project. And that leaves us with about $750,000 unprogrammed. Staff's recommendation is to leave it so for future needs, whether they be later this year or in the capital budget as we talk about it through the budget process next year. There are other unfunded projects, as I mentioned earlier. They're on attachment 1. There's a whole list of them there for you for your selection process if you want to take a look at that and see what other projects might be funded if you want to go that direction. And certainly if you have other ideas for use of funds, there's other possibilities. These are your town general fund dollars, so there's no restrictions on the use. Wanted to talk about the attachment 2 to the document, and I'll take you through just one of the pages really quick. And this is the Shannon Road repair on the sort of upper part of Shannon Road where the road is starting to fail. And just wanted to talk through the individual sections. The top left is a measure of how this project impacts the town, and I'll talk about that a little bit more in depth on the next slide. But basically, it's a scale of 1 to 5 with some sliders there on what the impact is. On the right are some project challenges. So this is an area that highlights sort of the issues that we might foresee with the project so that we get them out there and everybody knows about them, and we can list them as we go. The pie chart is an at-a-glance funding look, and the entire chart is meant to be at a glance. So that the idea is when you open it up, you can see the status of a project without having to read a whole lot of text, just a quick look and see what's going on. So that it's really made to be straightforward and simple, and that's the goal with the page. The pie chart shows the funding in terms of what sources are going into the project. In this case, GFAR dollars, and then a section that is unfunded. And then on the right breaks up the budget just into design and construction and total funds for the project. One element that you didn't see because I had a glitch in my spreadsheet was the funding status. The rainbow color chart that you see there, yours is gray in your attachment. It was meant to be colored like this, and it really just shows the progress of the funding. So in this particular case, the funding is on the red side, so we're cautious on what the status of that project is, and we'll definitely need to be searching for funds on that particular project. And the slider obviously goes from red, zero on the left, to fully funded on the right. So again, is the project in trouble, or is it in good shape? And it's an at-a-glance look at the status of the project. Same thing for the schedule below that. It gives you an idea of how much of the project is design and how much of it is construction, and then where we are in that process. And then with some more firm dates to the right of that, and some notes down below. And on the next page, next slide, I want to talk a little bit more about the community impacts. And so this chart sort of gives you a little zoomed in version of that. Gives you the categories there. They are somewhat subjective. So this is Matt's interpretation of how the projects impact the town. Certainly, someone's going to say that the equity on whatever project this was a 3 and not a 2, or a 5 and not a 2. But I think the point that we're trying to drive home is that it does have some impact on equity in the community. and sort of more or less on a scale. So we wanted to have that sort of a look at it. It may be sufficient just to have a checkbox, a yes, no. Does it have a safety impact on this project, yes or no? And that might be sufficient for you, and if you have input on that, that would be helpful to know on sort of what's useful to you as you're looking at this on a regular basis. And that goes for the entire page. What's useful for the council as you're using this moving forward, or is it something that isn't terribly useful? Even that's fine for us as well. And then moving on to the next slide. Wanted to take all of this data from these individual pages is sort of rolled up a little bit into some data highlights. So of all of of the 51 pages of CIP that were in the attachment, or 50 CIP projects, these are the numbers that are that impact each of those. So 32 projects impact safety, 19 are capital maintenance, and you fill in the blanks in between. So you can see really what the distribution is across the community impact on the projects. And then what didn't make sense to you earlier, but hopefully does start to make more sense now with the clarification on the funding status, is how many projects are in the red, how many do we need to pay attention to from a funding standpoint, and how many are in the green, and some sort of couple in between. So we're in pretty good shape there. We've got a predominance of the projects in the green, so looking good. So that leaves us with some questions in the end of my presentation. So the questions are, does the council wish to adjust funding for projects given our available funding? And if so, what amounts should be allocated to what projects? And then what feedback does the council have regarding the attachments? Do they work for you? Would you like to see something more, additional, different? And that's my report here for questions as they come up.
Okay, thank you, Director Morley. Yes, Councilmember Badami.
Thank you. One of the items that there's listed on our staff report for proposed funding of $275,000 is security enhancements at the Civic Center. Would staff care to elaborate on the types of nefarious activity that goes on at the Civic Center? And do we have surveillance cameras there, or, with the police department being so close?
So I think I'll turn to the police chief on this one and see if he can help me out with the activities that have been going on there and sort of the impacts on staffing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Pete DeSena, Chief of Police. We have had some issues back in that area, that driveway. Over the last 6 months, we actually had a pursuit that terminated back there. A suspect fled, was eventually apprehended. We did have one incident where there was an individual came in, parked behind there and started looking into the cars. We had a staff member who works overnight, incautiously walked out to pretend that she was on her phone, which scared the individual away. Later, we found that they got the plate, because we do have video surveillance. The plate was on a vehicle wanted for attempted homicide out of San Jose. So there are just issues back there, and I think the thing that really brings it home for me is that it's like a speed ramp for skateboarders, young skateboarders and cyclists. And there's been a couple incidents for me where coming out of my parking space or backing up, I've almost struck someone, which would be good. So we're not recommending that it become like a San Quentin back there, but there needs to be some kind of barricade. And we've been working with PPW to come up with some cost-effective options, but it just needs to be secure. We have staff, not just my staff, but also town staff and yourselves that work late. Sometimes these council meetings get late and they're out there. Again, we have video surveillance, but oftentimes, it may be a while to get an officer there. So we're just recommending that there be some kind of barricades there.
Thank you, Chief DeSena.
Any further questions? I'll go this way. Councilmember Risto.
So I just have another question for the chief, I think, or Director Morley. So if I didn't get to look at the area, this is essentially the street that just says no access or do not enter, but there's no barricade to keep you from doing it. So what I'm envisioning is this is somewhat parallel to at the operations building. It's gated off and visitors can only go to a certain area, which right now people can park in the regular parking lot, and there is no access to the back of the operations or the rest of the operations parking lot. And this would be a similar thing where that street that's already labeled as restricted and do not enter, we would just essentially be eliminating the possibility that people would ignore the sign. Is that correct?
That's the intent of the project, yes.
Okay, and secure it. Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor and then Councilmember Hudis.
As long as we're talking about this one, I guess I'm struggling with the cost, $275,000. I am also struggling with the fact that it's not very far from where there's some police officers, and we need to have it fenced off and barricaded for this dollar amount. And I'm still not very convinced with what I heard that we need to spend this much money. I guess my question really is there a much cheaper option to this somehow?
So the project as we envision it is sort of a black tube steel fence with an automatic gate at the top so that vehicles can come in and out without having to sort of get out of your car in the dark and open the gate. So and it would surround the area to provide that security. The options are less attractive and less sort of what we would want to do in Los Gatos, sort of a chain link type fence as an option. That would bring the cost down, but it just didn't seem to be the type of look that we would want to achieve at the back of Town Hall, and it gives a little different impression in our perspective as well in terms of what the message you're trying to give. So I think the black tube steel fencing is ornate enough so that it doesn't look, as the chief said, doesn't look like San Quentin. It's a little bit more decorative and still gets the job done.
And so maybe a follow-on probably for the chief then is, we still have employees that park in the parking lot that's at the back of Numu and so forth there, and we're saying that lot is more safe because it's a little more visible than down there. I'm still struggling with it being so much more unsafe down the hill than, say, at the parking lot, walking out of the parking lot at night.
Vice Mayor, thank you. I think the issue is that it is out of view, and so it sort of attracts folks back there who are maybe up to sort of nefarious type activities. We have had folks back there urinating, et cetera, et cetera. And the issue is that, our staff is, walking out to their cars at all hours in essence. And so they're not, most of the officers, if they're going to be anywhere, they're likely to be at the police operations building, which is, a couple miles away, or out in patrol. So although we do have, surveillance and the dispatchers can call for officers, their response time, it could be varied. It typically is going to be within, 3 to 5 minutes or maybe less if they're close. But I think it's a step, and albeit an expensive one, but I think for the sake of security for the town staff, I think it's a wise idea.
Okay, that's all my questions for now.
Okay, and Councilmember Hudis.
Yeah, thanks. I had a few overall questions. The first one is these numbers, do they include ARPA funds? Could ARPA funds be used for some of these projects? And what's the remaining ARPA fund balance?
And for that
Before
one,
and after we took some action on it tonight.
perhaps the assistant town manager can help with that one.
Thank you. Previously, we came to council with a staff report, I believe, on the 3rd of August, and at that time, we identified approximately $2 million in unallocated ARPA funds. That still exists today, with the exception of the 680 and then the additional 40 that was just allocated previously. So let's assume somewhere in the vicinity of about 1.3 million of unallocated ARPA funds currently. So in ARPA, the eligibility, when they start to talk about capital projects, they really only identified 3 areas, water and sewer, broadband, and then also some limited other projects. And so we would have to go into a deeper dive on eligibility, but I would say currently many of these may not meet eligibility. There could be an exception for public safety, fortifying the back of the property, because they have a lot of caveats for public safety. So that's one that comes to mind that would possibly be eligible just under the guise of public safety.
So wouldn't certain kinds of street repairs fall into a safety arena? I've been, reading about other municipalities that are, and I was reading some of the language that some of this has been directed to repairing streets and things.
It's hard to say. So like yourself, I've surveyed memos from other communities in the county, and I see a lot of folks doing a lot of different things. When you read the eligibility thing, verbatim, it really only calls out a couple defined things. Now, that being said, there's other language throughout, the interim final rule that I think folks are extrapolating and interpreting. Hopefully, the final rule will become final in the next month, and so all of us won't have to go through these guessing games of trying to determine eligibility. But like yourself, I have seen other capital projects that other communities are committing to. I just don't know if they're truly eligible uses or not.
So, yeah, because I think that this is probably an area that would, on a specific line-by-line basis would be worth exploring, since we still do have a substantial amount of ARPA funds, and it looks like we are really limited on capital otherwise. So I may have some questions later on some specifics about it, but the numbers that you have stated seem, they jive with the numbers that I'm keeping track of also. So I had another question about sort of an overall question, and that relates to whether there are projects that we could access debt financing for. Are there any that jump out, given the very low cost of money right now, that might be candidates for some debt financing as well?
So from my perspective, when you look for debt financing, you're looking for bigger projects that you can put together to make it a worthwhile issue of debt. So you'd be looking at some of those visionary things that we might be thinking about. So if I went to the big projects on the list, I would think about our bike and ped crossing over Highway 17, which is it will have a $10, $15, $20 million need, depending on the design. Ultimately, if we move forward with the project on the Highway 17 interchange, there'll be some dollars there that we could potentially fund, although I hadn't ever envisioned the town funding all of that project. I had really envisioned that being a partnership with the state. The downtown streetscape's another obvious one where the town could advance that. So all of these projects could go together. It could also be a conglomeration of a number of small themed projects that could make sense as well. I think the challenge with debt financing is that it provides funds, but you have to pay it back. So you need a source of revenue in order to pay those funds back. So that's the tail end of how you're going to pay for the debt over time is an important part of the conversation.
Thank you. I had one other maybe small question.
Sure.
And that's, first of all, I want to say that the format, the analytical format is very helpful, I think, to me, and it's a way of kind of thinking about a portfolio view of the investments that the town needs to make. The one category I didn't fully understand was equity, because it seemed like it overlapped quite a bit with quality of life. Could you maybe explain it a little bit and give an example of a project that scored high on an equity basis and what the reason is?
Yeah, so some of the projects that would score high on equity are some of our bike and ped projects. It's those that would help across all income levels and be a broader impact that way. So quality of life would be something that impacts sort of everybody. So you could have a high equity score and a high quality of life score. Yes, there's overlap certainly, but I thought that they were worthwhile in presenting as two separate measures. And if there's tweaks that you would like to see with that, or some definition that you'd like to help craft, I'd be very much open to that.
Sure. Well, when I looked at it, I do think maybe the equity category is useful, but I would apply it in a small, narrow area where we're trying to fix a very specific problem that otherwise I think it very much overlaps. But the overall, I mean, we're just starting down this path, and I think it's an excellent first start that's very helpful in terms of both near-term and long-term decisions that we're going to have to make. And with regard to the prioritization, you you could always say that safety is going to be the highest priority. For me, it's more valuable to look at how we allocate things across those several categories. Because if you only have everything in safety and maintenance, which is kind of where we started out, you will never fund any quality of life things. So it's a matter of, trying to have a discipline where you set aside a certain amount of money for quality of life, as well as covering safety over the long term. And some of the safety items take a very long time to fix as well. So that time element comes in. So I actually find it more useful to step back and look at how many do we have in each category and how much money do we have in each category, and looking at the balance between those categories. But the data is very helpful in getting there. So, so thank you for doing that.
Okay, Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. The mention of ARPA funds made me think about, we did get a $1 trillion bipartisan bill through the Senate. I haven't heard yet that we got it through the House, but that fact we can get it through the Senate means something's coming. And it's probably too early to be able to guess very well where it might help us, but do you think that there's any possible help in any infrastructure kinds of things like, say, Shannon Road or other of our capital needs? And does that mean we're going to need to save our own money in order to do a match, in order to be able to get any of it? What are your thoughts on this?
So I'll start with the easy one, right? We have $750,000 earmarked in that budget for vegetation management, thanks to the work of the assistant town manager. So a big chunk of dollars there. It does come with a 50% match. So we'll need to come up with those match dollars. When it gets to us, we don't know. It could be a couple of months. That budget could be held hostage for the second multi-trillion-dollar budget. Just depends on what happens politically. And in my experience working through the federal government on the FEMA side, as we're looking for grant opportunities, has been that it takes 6 months or longer to get anything to happen. It's just they tell you straight up it's not a fast process, which doesn't align with some of our priorities. Other capital projects, certainly it's an infrastructure bill, so there's going to be some big road projects and some big projects that may align with some of the bigger things that we're thinking about. It takes a little bit for it to trickle down, so we'd be watching for that. It may work out nicely with the Highway 17-9 interchange project. It might work even better with our bike and ped overcrossing. So there's definitely some possibilities there that could help us.
And so since you mentioned the Highway 17 project, you have $1.8 million that we need as a match. Is there any hope of reducing the amount we need, maybe from OBAG funds or some other source like that, that is sort of a match to something else, so that we don't actually have to match it out of our own tax dollars effectively?
So we always keep our eyes open, and when there's grant opportunities, we're there applying, and we're looking for all the opportunities, and we do sort of an evaluation of the projects that we have on tap and look for the most competitive project. But yeah, the answer is definitely yes. If there's something that comes along, we would be there to put that project in for it.
Thank you.
Any Councilmember Badami?
For Mr. Morley, if we allocated money now for the fire fuel reduction rather than wait for the FEMA match, what can be done this quickly for this wildfire season? Can we get something going now?
Continue.
Yeah, I understand the urgency, and we would move something forward quickly. It would take us, I think we would probably be on the same timeline as we were last year. So it would be a December project where we would continue our roadside vegetation management in December. That works nicely from an environmental perspective. Allows us to get in there and do a lot of work. It also works well with our internal workload. So we have project managers that can manage that project in December, where in the summertime we're doing all of our road work, and so they're working long 12, 14-hour days anyways, sometimes 6 days a week. So adding on additional work is just not reasonable this time of year. But yeah, November, December timeframe, we would be out there actually doing work. So we would prep, we would put a spec together, put the mileage together and get that out, get some bids on it, some prices on it. It's a big project, so we'd have to come back to council for award. So there's some steps that we have to take. It would align nicely with that sort of late calendar year work timeframe.
Thank you.
And I have a follow-up question to that. If we were to move forward with that, would you recommend that of the remaining funds, setting aside some money for a potential match?
Yeah, I was hoping you would make that decision. It's a tough one. So if we wanted to, I like the idea of having funds reserved for unexpected expenses. I think that there's a lot to be said for that. So then it becomes a risk-reward thing, right? And if there's a fire, we'd say, why the heck are we sitting on $750,000? Why didn't we spend that on some mitigation measures? So I can see either way of moving forward. We have enough money in our, I think enough money in our grant asks to cover our need. So if the FEMA dollars come through, it's still going to take us 2 years to spend all the FEMA dollars. At least 2 years, but we'd have enough to do all of the work that we have planned. So we're just sort of cutting into that a little earlier. The unfortunate part is that FEMA won't let you refund yourself for work that was done prior to having the grant award. So that money that we spend is spent our own money, and the FEMA money won't cover it.
Any further questions? Councilmember Risto.
Oops. Yeah, so going along with that timeline, if the work starts on the brush clearing and, whatever we can do for fire risk abatement in November, December, and you're talking about the FEMA grant potentially taking at least 6 months before we know, would we have spent all the money by then? Or, if we spent half of it, would we have the other half then to start the matching? That's the first part. And the next part is, if we got the FEMA money, we just have to co-spend at the same time, or because you said it would take years to spend the FEMA money because we wouldn't be able to do that much work all at once. We wouldn't have to come up with the match immediately. We would just have to match as we spend. Is that correct?
So FEMA wants the money appropriated to the project when you when you apply for the grant. So the money that we have now is sort of earmarked for that. So that's the intent, and that's what FEMA's asking for. To your first question on the timeline, last year we did $500,000 worth of work in December in 30 days. So we would expect the same timeline. So we would go December, January timeframe, depending on weather for the vegetation management this year. We can draw that out. We can work slower, but that just seems like a good timeframe.
So I guess to that end, if the work makes the most sense in the wintertime, if the FEMA money came through, say March or April, would we not do that work until December again? Because all of a sudden now we're in paving season and everything else?
Yeah, so there's some elements that we can take on. So part of the work that we'd be doing is grazing, for example. So we could do grazing in the summertime, this time of year. That's a good time frame for that. So there are some elements that we could get started on. But that's part of what takes so long to spend the money is we're doing different elements. So we'd be doing a grazing element and then a weed abatement element and a tree element. And so those different parts are in sort of individual projects that take a little bit of management and doing, and then implementation from a contractor's perspective to actually get out and get all that work done, especially when we hit some of our open space where it's a little bit more remote, tough to get to.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, I am going to open public testimony on this item with regard to the CIP. Similar to last, we will open it first to those in attendance, and then we will go to those that are watching over Zoom. And so, Ms. Neese, if you could call out people as they came to you.
First speaker is Maureen Javi.
Good evening. I'm going to have to do this. Madam Mayor and Council, welcome back. It feels wonderful to be standing here and connecting again in person. My name is Maureen Caponjavi. I serve as a member of the Los Gatos Arts Commission. And this evening, I'm asking you to consider giving a green light to fund 2 public art projects, highlighted here in the CIP projects list under improvements, and quality of life categories. These projects represent just 4.9% of the $1 million project fund. They are relatively inexpensive when you consider the price tags of most of the projects on the list, and they will deliver a very big return on a rather modest investment by enhancing and improving our community in a myriad of ways. Can I have the next picture, please? The Commission is requesting funding for the second Gateway project, highlighted here. As you know, the first installation of 5 planned locations was unveiled this past June on Saratoga Los Gatos Boulevard and Alberta Way. And although I can only offer anecdotal evidence, here this evening our Gateway Cat has been enthusiastically embraced by the community, and we are very ready to introduce the second installation. The $21,000 fund request, also visible here on the spreadsheet, would be used to commission a local San Jose artist, James Moore, to create a public art installation at the crumbling former bus stop at North Santa Cruz and Highway 9. This is a site that the Commission has long wished to transform through public art. In fact, Mr. Moore submitted design to the Gateway Project Call for Artists in 2018, and he ran it very close second. The Commission loved the spirit of James's Gateway submission, and we would love to see his artwork transform that dreary corner into something special. Commissioner Weaker, who is here this evening, will speak more about the Dancer Project later this evening. And here is a quick summary of the Commission's Gateway Project history to introduce more public artworks to the community. The Commission started developing the program 8 years ago as the centerpiece of our strategic plan, beginning with a goal to install 5 art-forward signs at strategic gateway locations around town and to welcome visitors and thrill residents. In 2015, with great support from our Parks and Public Works team, we initiated site investigations, narrowed down the field, and identified the first Gateway site location. In 2017, funding from the first Gateway piece was secured, and in late 2018, we put out a call for artists. In September 2019, 3 finalists presenting their proposals at a public meeting in the town chambers. Maquettes were on display in the library for public input and voting. Over 350 public responses were received, with a strong majority favoring Seattle artist Matt Babcock's design that you see here. And the rest, they say, is history. Earlier this month, the ACC submitted updated recommendations for the 4 remaining Gateway locations. Next slide, please. And I leave you with these inspiring words in support of growing a healthy public art ecosystem. You can read those on your own. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you. Oh, yes, Ms. Caponjavi, you have a question from Ms. Councilmember Risto.
So I do have a question. We passed kind of a tax, an art funding tax.
Yes, a percentage for art.
And right now, I don't know if the question's for you or for staff, but what you're asking is for, because nothing's been put into that yet, or we don't have anything accruing there.
Right, that was just passed, and I think it was passed in July. Yeah. And it's a percentage, I think it's 1% of commercial private development fees. So we got to get a little bit of traction there. So we're just starting. So if we had that, I mean, that's a good start, and that's going to help fund these projects going forward. But in the meantime, we still need some help, keeping the ball rolling along.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, next speaker.
Tom Spilsbury.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I'm here tonight on behalf of the Arts and Culture Commission. As a longtime commissioner, I have worked long and hard with my fellow commissioners to promote art and culture in our town. I'm standing here tonight to thank all of you, the town, the staff, for the public, for working with us over the many years to get this project created and installed for the first CAT, Public Art Gateway. It's been a real success. Tonight, I would like to encourage you all to support the Public Art Gateway 2 CAT, which is the second CAT that we're trying to get up. And I think we've had nothing but positive feedback, overwhelmingly positive. I don't know that I've heard one negative comment, quite frankly. The project is on this page, it's line item 13. It's one of 30 projects. It's the third least amount of money asked for. So we're at the very bottom of the list as far as money that we're requesting. It's 2.8% of the total budget, a very small amount. It's not a lot, but you get a lot of bang for your buck. I mean, I don't know how many of you have seen the cat on the street and how many people have come up and said anything to you, but I know that I'm on the streets a lot, I walk through town a lot, and I hear a lot of positive things about it, and once in a while somebody actually slaps me on the back and says, "Good job, Tom," which is hard to find these days. So I think the benefit for spending this money is a small amount. It probably goes with the safety and equity and a lot of things that we have here. Public art is something we've neglected in this town for many, many years. I've been on the commission for a long time, and this is our first big win for an art project that we've had. And I'm glad we wouldn't have had it if it wasn't for the support of the council. So I think that I don't have a lot more to say. It's been a long road to get here. We have 4 great sites that are sitting out waiting to go for the next one. And we have preferences. I can't pick that because the staff and you will pick that location. It's a new image. Even Leo and Leona, the old 2 cats, like this image. They've told me that. So, so other than that, I think proud to be in the town, proud to have the art in the town, and thank you.
Alice Weeker.
I'm Ellis Weeker, and I thank you for the opportunity just to say a few words. I'll make it very short. It's been a process to get here, and just like the process of getting here in general, we went through a process to look at all the different art projects that were submitted to us, and lo and behold, and one of the artists who came up with something was a fellow who's a local artist from San Jose, and it's Mr. James Moore. And this actually represents 2 dancers. And there are lots of things you can do with the lettering, but the fact is it really represents the excitement and the interest we all have in music and dance in this town. So it's very representative of the population and the culture of our town. The art and culture commissioners and the public recognize the artwork's creative impact. It's just got a very powerful sense of movement when you see it. It seems to capture so much of the lively atmosphere, and I could hear all the great comments about the Thursday events, so clearly this resonates with that. This location that we've been looking at is privately owned. The owners have initially agreed to the long-term placement of the art piece there. The town staff has already reviewed it and preliminarily, and they vetted it for suitability for the location. This location seems to be a perfect one for the dancer, and many other people we discussed it with seem to agree. The cost of cleaning up the area, installing the dancer, is really only about $21,000 or 2% of the whole total available budget that you've got. I'd like to show you the next slide. The area that we want to put it in is actually an unused, it's an unused bus stop next to the Chevron station, and it's really an eyesore. And this could dress up that intersection. For those of you who are familiar with the area, across the street is a nice new sign, a nice new project that was done, and across the street, unfortunately, you have the eyesore. And this could actually clean it up and at the same time provide something that's going to make people smile, make people happy. We're requesting, not just enough money for the second cat, but also another project, something that's a little different, something that will stand out, and something that's actually very reasonably priced for art these days. This is pretty inexpensive art for those of you who. I'm sorry? Oh yeah, the next slide's a little bit closer view. I don't know if you can see all to the right side is where the little bench is, and the people who use that facility pretty much sleep on the bench. So it's not really I think, representative of our town. At any rate, again, we do ask for what's a relatively small amount, and I think I'm over my time. Thank you so much, all of you, for
Thank you.
listening. Did you have a
Yes, you
question?
do have a question.
Yes.
Yes, I have a question for you, Mr. Weaker. In terms of the $21,000, what you're asking for, is that to procure and install the artwork?
It's to
Would that
clean up,
the
it's to
area
clean up the space. It does need some refurbishing. But in addition to that, we have to pay the artist, and there are materials and so forth. Actually, the art piece has already been designed. It's just a matter of now implementing it. But there is a cost to it. But $21,000 for art these days is kind of a ridiculously small amount, really.
Yeah, I just wanted to verify that that was the entire cost, so it wasn't.
That's the entire, yeah, there's no other hidden costs, no.
Okay, great, thank
Yeah,
you.
Sure, you're welcome. Any other questions? Nope. Good, thank you.
Amy Fashnot?
Hello, my name's Amy Fasnot, and I'm also a member of the Arts Commission. I'm also a business owner downtown, and you may have noticed that I recently had an artist put a mural on the side of my business at Maine and University. And I was amazed at the positive feedback that we immediately got from it. People were stopping and engaging with the artist, so much so that she was having trouble getting the job done because everyone who came by wanted to talk about the process and everything. And it hit home with me in a strong way that people, for one, feel a sense of pride in their community with art. And that people who are visitors help use it as the definition of our city, and that it can have a direct economic impact on the town. We need both our residents and visitors to appreciate our town, to have an economic impact. So I'm particularly lobbying for the dancer sculpture that has been talked about previously. This is a really important intersection that sort of defines the entrance to our downtown. And I think getting rid of that old shed there and putting in a beautiful statement will really provide a good return on investment. Thank you.
Kevin Arroyo?
Good evening, Town Council. My name is Kevin Arroyo, and over the last 10 months, Heidi Owens and I have been working with the Parks Commission and Matt Morley regarding the Pinehurst, or also known as Union Community Garden. Today, I'm here to request $50,000 for the first steps for this community garden. The next time there's a budget cycle in May 2022, I want to say that I have the following ready for you. That we have all the approvals from the utility companies, that we have water installed at the entrance to the site, and that we started the garden design so that we can get a full cost ready to present for funding. To get these done, I'm going to need $50,000. I know there's some funding available for some capital improvements projects, and this money will go a huge way towards getting this project moving forward. It's a little disappointing this project wasn't initially recommended for funding due to this year's request, but we have support from so many local residents who signed our petition and spoke up at prior meetings, and the service organizations like the Boy Scouts who are interested in helping with their Eagle Scout projects on this site, and from the Lions Club who also want to contribute to help build this project. So I'm asking for the town's support for this funding to start moving this project finally forward, and we can start to get this community garden started. Thank you.
You do have questions, Mr. Arroyo? Vice
Yes.
Mayor first, and then Councilmember Risto, and then Badami.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm trying to remember if I asked this question in the past. It struck me that 30,000 for design work seems like an awful lot for a garden, right? And I guess is why I'm trying to get to, why do we need a 30,000? Is this a requirement being put on you by the town, or where's, is there a way to do it cheaper, I guess is the question.
There's always ways to find cheaper ways, but that cost was taken from an estimated project cost. 5% of the total project cost is $600,000, and that was more an estimate of industry average of 5% to develop concept drawings. Now, this would be the third step. The first step is to get utility approvals, then to bring water to the site. Now, this is more as like an allowance to kind of keep that ball rolling. Now, if the town decides to get this, to support it and fully support it, there would need design and plans started. So that was more an estimate from my end, based off industry standards, 5% of the $600,000 project cost.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Risto?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Arroyo. I mean, I know that it's been a while that you've had this vision, and you've shown a lot of leadership in terms of doing the legwork, figuring out what needed to be done, what permissions needed to be granted, who owned the land. And so, I really do appreciate that, and it looks like you've got over 200 people supporting it. That said, what I'm curious about is, say, for example, we were able to give you money to get started, and we don't have the money later to continue this. Do you have possibilities to get sponsorships, or are there ways that this garden could be built for under $500,000? I'm looking at a list of, $30 million in unfunded projects, every one of which is very, very worthy. So I'm just trying to figure out if it's possible to get you started, and then would that give you false hope if we didn't have money next year?
That would not give us false hope. The intention of this request is to get the site ready, water at the site, and then should things change down the road, I see 3 opportunities for this garden being organized, is either supported and ran by the town with town resources and funding. We could have it organized with a volunteer Friends of Los Gatos organization. Well, let me just say 2 ways, is either through the town or through Friends of, which could also include a service organization. So with the latter option, I think there's a lot of opportunity for volunteer time and labor to push this project forward. This intention is to get this project at a point where we can decide which way we want to move, but it would not be the detriment of the project if things would change, because there's opportunities for volunteer funding and labor and resources which could help reduce costs down the road.
Okay, thank you. Because one of my concerns is I am very interested in this project, but I don't know where we'll go with this, but I want to make sure that you weren't expecting that if anything went toward this, that's a commitment to further funding.
No, it is not a expectation of any further commitment.
Okay,
It's just to get this project started.
And Councilmember Badami?
Thank you for your presentation. You mentioned possibly that the town might run it should you don't have enough volunteers, et cetera. If the town were to run it, what are your estimated costs to maintain this on an annual basis that the town would have to take over?
Good question. I've provided a estimate, and I believe it would be about 6 hours of a staff members' time per week regarding administrative costs. We would also have maintenance, site maintenance as well for repairs of irrigation or just things. So the number, I don't remember off the top of my head, but I did provide a number to Matt Morley, and I would have to come back to you on that, because but I do think it would be yeah, I would have to come back to you on that cost. I'm sorry, I don't have the answer.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hudis, and then maybe we can ask Director Morley if he has that number.
Thank you. This is a project that I can see a linkage to quality of life and equity. And I'm just curious about how many people you think might be involved in this garden at its completion. I'm looking down this list of projects, and some of them it's hard to estimate, but it seems like this one we might actually have some sense of how many people would be touched and involved by this project.
So the preliminary design includes 60 to 80 plots. That's how many we envision, and those plots one plot could service one family, one organization. I think there's opportunities to include nearby schools. For example, Union Middle School, Alta Vista School are within walking distance. So I think there's some opportunity to include the school children and classes. I've reached out to the schools, but there hasn't been any commitment until they want to see developments with this project first. And that's how we can teach school children healthy living. So service organizations for and people who want to sponsor a plot and potentially donate additional food to food service volunteer organizations. But to give you a bit scope of
Thank you.
people.
That's helpful.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Arroyo.
Thank you.
And Director Morley, do you happen to know that cost?
Yeah, I don't have the cost off the top of my head. I think that there's a lot of work that would go into a project before it got there. So there'd be probably some cost sharing for those that had a plot that would contribute to offsetting some of the maintenance costs, the water costs, those kinds of things. So that would really hopefully reduce the cost to the town. But certainly some management. I know with our downtown planters, 6 hours a week for a staff person is probably a pretty good number for just managing, who's got what plot and where their vacancies are and who's going to be next and who's on the list and that kind of a thing. And then some additional maintenance costs, depending on, over time, there's going to be some folks out there who have skills that are going to be able to do the irrigation work. And other times we're going to have to do it. So, in today's cost, probably $25,000, $30,000 a year in maintenance.
Thank you. Ms. Neitz, next speaker.
Lindley?
Hello again. I wanted to just I feel like I do a lot of educating here. There are different kinds of artwork out there, and the artwork that I've seen displayed tonight, as well as the cat at the intersection or the on-ramp, I feel like it's really cold and prickly and it hurts and it does not make me feel good. I think that that's kind of the way of the way that things are going a lot in this town and this country. But, the dancer, when I heard dancer, I pictured this beautiful ballet stance with a beautiful ballerina or a dancer or whatever the case. And what I saw was kind of scary and cold, and it looked very cheap, and it did not represent Los Gatos whatsoever. I think that we need to think of other artwork that might be a little bit more traditional or classical. That artwork I think that I could probably do with the metal that I have in my backyard, not to offend anyone, but that artwork would not look good at the main intersection in Los Gatos. I have to walk by there every day, and I will not be happy if I have to look at that picture that I saw. The cat is enough. It's hard, has sharp corners. It's not a beautiful cat. This is a beautiful mountain town. Have we forgotten where we live? I feel it represents, like, I remember Cliff Peterson, a wonderful architect here in town. He wrote a letter about the new library and how the new library does not reflect the mountain town that we are. This artwork is reflective of the same kind of way of seeing things. But God help us if we're going to continue with this metal, hard, sharp, not feel good, not pretty artwork. That was not a pretty artwork, okay? I know that there are other things that we can do. Please do not allow that. I know that there are alternatives. I can find alternatives. I'm sure other people could too. I hope you will not allow that artwork in our town. Thank you.
And before we move to our next speaker, if I could just remind our audience that if you could keep your masks over your nose as well as extend it down to your chin. Thank you.
Mr.
Next
C?
speaker.
Lindley was kinder, town council. I'll spell it out for you. U-G-L-Y. Ugly. Those sculptures are just horrible. She hit it right on the nose. They're stainless steel. This is surgical. What is this? Hard, sharp corners. It's just totally dehumanizing. In fact, I have to do very little research. I'm going back to my 1963 words that were read into the congressional record by Congressman Albert S. Herlong, Jr. I just go down the list. You guys are really knocking them off. Congratulations. This one is number 22 out of 45 total lists, total items. It reads, continue discrediting American culture by degrading all forms of artistic expression. An American communist cell was told to eliminate all good sculpture from parks and buildings, substituting shapeless, awkward, and meaningless forms. Boy, they hit the nail on the head there. Shapeless, awkward, meaningless. 1963. This has been a order in process to destroy, discredit, and just ruin the beauty of America. That is the epitome. Congratulations. Why not take something that really represents Los Gatos, enriched by the innovation, the brilliance, the creativity of America? That's what would represent it. And how about putting a little bit of patriotism behind it? Put some Americana behind it, right? Not just stainless steel. That looks like martial arts to me. Dancing? I don't think so. It looks like combat to me. Is it jiu-jitsu, taekwondo, arnis? So, in conclusion, ugly. Stop it. Remove that. It's time for the scrap heap. Put in something beautiful. You guys have more creativity. I've got more confidence in you and your decision-making abilities. Thank you.
No further speakers.
Oh, thank you. I am going to close public testimony. There's no further speakers. Vice Mayor, you have a question?
Yeah, first, well, I can ask several, but let me just start with one related to the last speaker. If we approve budget money for art, are we approving the art at this point, or will that go through an approval process again? Or are we assuming we're going to use designs that have already happened because we're not approving enough money to go through a process again?
So I believe in talking with a member of the Arts Commission that the idea with the CAT gateway is to replicate that at a number of locations. So you would have a brand or a similar theme at a number of locations. And then for the other sculpture, I believe they have an artist that they'd like to use. The second place in the previous round. So I think that's the intent, is to use that particular.
Okay.
And Mayor?
Go ahead.
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Baker is is on the call, and he's the staff liaison
Oh,
for the
yes.
Arts Commission.
If we could get more information, that would.
Hello, Council. Yes, as the staff liaison, for either of those projects, but they're for the dancer project, that they do have, the ACC does have a particular artist and design in mind. However, if it was the direction of council to go in a different direction, we could look at other options. They would favor that what they kind of had picked out, but we're open to all discussion there. As for the other gateways, that also could be open to some discussion. There's it could be either branded with the same replication of the same, or it could be by the same artist, but in a different configuration or different posture, different pose that would be unique, so that we would see different poses around town, but would have kind of the same style across multiple locations. These are all things that the ACC has been discussing. The other option that we could do is we could go out for a call for artists again, and go through the whole process of selecting a different artwork and a different artist entirely. Again, we would take council direction in that. The ACC would like to, I would recommend that we stick with the same artist at the moment, but they are open to all suggestions that council may have in any direction that you have there. We'll work with whatever you'd like to go with.
If I could just follow on a little bit
Yes,
with
please.
Director Baker. So what I'm thinking, I'm trying to understand if the Art Commission really wants to go with those artists or art. I saw them all when we reviewed them before, or if they're just thinking, well, let's go with it because it's going to be cheaper and it'll be easier to ask for less money. I want to make sure we're not making maybe they're not the best decision just because we're trying to save money. Do you have a feel if that was at all the thought in the direction that they're going?
Time and cost was considered. I think the ACC was being very pragmatic in terms of keeping costs down and moving with both of the ones that were suggested, or at least keeping the same artist for the gateways, for future gateways, is beneficial to us in terms of keeping costs down. And so that is a consideration. Being that we've established a relationship with that particular artist, it would move things along much faster. As Commissioner Kapanjavi had illustrated when she made her comment about the process timeline, it was 4 to 5 years or longer in order to really move things through with the call for artist process and everything that was involved with that one. Things would move faster if we were moving with the same artist. So time and cost was something that they were considering. I don't think it was a deciding factor, but I think it was just them being very pragmatic in the way that they're moving forward. But again, as council has other direction, that can be entertained as well. And we could come back with some other options for how to approach these projects if you would like to see other ways of doing things, if that would be to your preference.
Okay. Manager Pravetti?
Thank you, and thank you, Director Baker, for joining us this evening. I just wanted to remind Council that this evening we're asking for your priorities for any of the unallocated funds. And should public art be one of the projects, then we would be happy to come back at a different meeting to talk about specific direction for the project. So don't feel like tonight is the only night to provide guidance to our Arts Commission. So I hope that's helpful for you. Thank you.
Thank you. I had other questions, different subjects? Or?
Let's see. Did anyone have a question for Director Baker before we let him hang up? Okay. Then go ahead, and then we'll turn to, I saw a council member still your hand.
Okay,
without me?
I'm back to Director Morley, I know, on these questions. There's things that we don't have on the suggested list that are potentially stitch in time saves 9 kind of projects. Let's start with Shannon Road, which needs a lot of money, but I ride my bike out there all the time, and I see the road slipping away, so I know it's going to be it's not a every 7-year kind of maintenance out there. We're going to probably constantly be fighting with it. If we delay that project, are we just going to be continuing to spend a bunch of money on maintenance because we didn't get to it sooner? You also had another, somewhere you had a bucket of facilities deferred maintenance. You had 12.7, same kind of thing. How much, if we wait, how much extra cost are we going to be adding in some of those kinds of things? We've talked about PCI before as roads, if we let them get in too bad a shape, it ends up costing us a lot more to fix them. You in here mention a PCI of 75, so you're saying that that's what it would take to get to 75 over 5 years again, I'm trying to understand, we had been pushing our PCI up from I'm putting a lot in this question. I'm pushing our 60, up from about 64, and we're getting close to 70, I think, next time we get an assessment. I'm trying to figure out, is that good enough that we're getting in enough maintenance to keep things slipping into much more costly categories?
Yeah, so several questions there. I'll start with the pavement maintenance, and I think PCI is a good example of all maintenance items, in that if you let it go too long, then you can just stop and let it fail completely, and start fresh with it, because your costs are sort of sunk at that point. And that's what we see with roads. And one of the harder things to understand with roads, when you're not fixing one that's bad, because it's cheap, it's wiser to fix one that needs some lighter maintenance. We'd like to be, I think 75 is a solid number for our PCI from a staff's perspective. We'd like to be there. We're in that 69, 70 range. We'll know more when we finish our survey later this year for an updated number. So yeah, that's a big one for us. And yeah, every dollar you spend on the roads, it helps to defray the longer term costs. So there's a benefit there. But it's a balance, right? As Councilmember Hudis has said, you can't ignore the other needs, and so it's really figuring out what that balance is. For facilities maintenance, yes, we have some big capital needs. We have I think on the list, $100,000 worth of need in HVAC at the Adult Rec Center. That is pretty important work that we'll need to get to. So there's needs everywhere that are critical for us. Some of the maintenance needs are less significant. They're more sort of cycle things that, although it adds to or it detracts from the look of a building, we sort of live with it, right? And we could get accustomed to it. And for Shannon Road, we're going to have to address that at some point. I think you've seen that even today, the road continues; those gaps continue to reappear. And our fear is that we lose the road entirely and it slides down the hill, and then we have sort of a one-lane traffic situation there. The maintenance, the patching from year to year worries us as well, because we're just adding weight to what is sort of an unstable road already. But we are in design on that. We're working through it. There's a couple moving parts as we've talked about on that one. So we need to talk to the county about it at some point, because it was recently annexed. And then the reason that it was annexed is because there's a potential development on an adjacent parcel. As I noted in the overview, the road is actually on private. Part of the road is actually on private property, so there may be some dedication opportunities there, and we'll have to see what that looks like as that project develops and what happens there. So, long-winded answers to say, there's risk, as with all things maintenance, in not doing anything. But we may want to drag our feet on that one for a year before we set all the dollars aside. And that'll give us time to finish the design. We'd come back to you in the next budget process with a proposal for what it would take to reconstruct that roadway and where we're headed with it.
And on that one, part of my worry would be, yeah, I agree, sit on it for a year as we figure everything out. But if we don't also save some unallocated dollars, we may run into a problem where we've lost the road and we don't have a place to get the money from, because our budgets are tight in the future, kind of thing.
Yeah, and the county has to follow their lead, and that on situations like that, you put a stop sign at either end, and it becomes a one-way road, right? It's not what we like. It's not what we're used to. It's not what we do in Los Gatos, but that's ultimately what happens if you don't have capital dollars to do those kinds of capital maintenance.
Okay, if I could switch gears here. You have a project called CNG Station Decommissioning. Is that getting rid of, or is that like a station we're not using at all? If we get rid of it, are we going to be using less CNG and it's going to be better for climate change? Does it have any effect on climate change is really the question.
So we've taken the steps to impact climate change. We no longer use CNG. We have no longer have CNG vehicles, and we're no longer using the station. But there is natural gas in the system, and we need to decommission it, shut it down, get rid of it. There's probably some small resale value to it, so we should probably have a conversation about what we want to do with it, if we want to pay to scrap it or resell it and have it used somewhere else. But that's a future conversation for us. But
so it's mostly get it out of the way, but there may be some leakage that is affecting climate change, and
a small element maybe.
Okay. I think, I guess I would, another project I was interested in, you have a Lynn Avenue pedestrian path design. So since it's only $75,000, I assume you're not building a sidewalk, but you're still going to be able to use the front of people's property to put down some pavement or something. Is that the idea?
So that's a PG&E right-of-way project again. Similar, it's actually brought to us by Kevin Arroyo as well, and it would use right-of-way for a PG&E easement for sort of a walkway.
So it's not actually Lynn Avenue; it's behind
to destination
the houses
Lynn, yeah.
in the right-of-way. Okay, got it. Thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Badami.
My question was answered. Thank you.
Any further questions? Councilmember Risto?
Yes, thank you. I have a question for Director Morley. The Lynn Avenue pedestrian pathway, that's basically, is it adjacent to the proposed community gardens, or will the gardens moving forward impact the ability to later create the pedestrian pathway, or would it be better to do them at the same time, or it doesn't matter, they can be done?
I don't think it matters. I think that probably for that area, focusing on one and getting one project complete and behind us is probably the right way to handle that.
Okay, great. And then the other question is, from looking at the bike and pedestrian master plan, the Lynn Avenue pedestrian pathway is part of a much longer proposed pathway, correct? That would go along that right-of-way?
That's correct.
Okay, so that would be just a segment to implement in a very needed area?
And it connects to the school, so it's a nice way to get kids off the road, and it has a lot of good things going for it.
Okay, I mean, I'm familiar with that area, and there's a crosswalk that essentially goes into the middle of the block, so that crosswalk would, and then kids have to go to one street or another, and there's no sidewalk or anything, so this would continue that?
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, Vice Mayor?
I'll go to comments at this point, see what others think before we get to a motion. So again, as we talked before, I'm a little hesitant on spending that much money on the security features behind where we are here. I'm curious to see whether council wants to spend that much money on that project. I am in favor of allocating something for art projects. I'd like to see that moving forward. I think they wanted 28 and 21,000, which is pretty small compared to a lot of the other projects. I would like to at least fund one of the projects, if not both of them. I would like to see the community garden project move forward. We haven't had. I don't think we have any other community gardens in Los Gatos that I know of, and it's a lot of cities have that, and that's something I think is important for us to move forward. As I mentioned, I'm unsure about giving the $50K. I might suggest giving $35K and let them figure it out. From the answer to my questions, it sounds like, I definitely want to, help them move forward. I'd like to challenge them to see if they can get it done a little bit cheaper by not just filling the budget up all the way. So for now, I would think about a 35K. I also like the Lynn Avenue project that we just talked about. We talk about equity, and we get a lot more squeaking kind of in closer to the middle of town, and we don't take care of the outsides of our town as well. That's not all the way out to the outside. There's still actually like a few more miles worth. But I know I remember citizens 6 years ago talking to me about Lynn Avenue being kind of dangerous. It's a street with no sidewalks on it, and all the kids that have to cross Union from the other side over there come down Lynn to go to the school there, and then all the parents also are driving, so there's a lot of car traffic and kid traffic on a street without sidewalks. We're spending lots of effort to build something on Shannon and talking about something on Kennedy, and I feel like from an equity perspective we should do a little bit for safety on that side of town also. So I'm in favor of moving the Lynn Avenue project forward also. I'll stop there and see what others have to say.
Okay, any other comments? Councilmember Hudis.
I generally agree with all of those points, and I also think that with the looking at the state that we're in now with needing to drive recovery, about to start this work on the parklets, and the fact that we took away money from Streetscape to do this, I'd like to see some money go toward the beginnings of a streetscape design so that we have some idea of where we're heading and getting some community input on this. I think that I think that we would make better decisions as a community if we started that, and so I would. I'm going to throw a number out there of $75,000 to put some effort into doing some design principles on the streetscape and beginning to get community input on the eventual streetscape of our downtown. Our downtown is such an important part of the town, and it is something that I think we're kind of designing from the dais a little bit in terms of just moving ahead with things that seem expedient. I think we also need to start down the path of having a vision of what the town and how it would accommodate the needs of our retailers as they're going through a very big shift as well. So I would suggest some money allocated there as well. I do think that the rest of the dollars, I think, are well within what we can afford. I've been trying to total it up myself, and I think that we are within the number of 1675, and the only question I would have then, in addition to that, would be how much we would allocate to the fire now. I understand we have $500,000 in vegetation management that we've allocated already, and $75,000 in FEMA match, and then we're looking at some portion of funding in advance of FEMA, and I know we could probably go with $750,000, but maybe $500,000 would be a more reasonable start on that. So those are just some thoughts that I have.
Any other council members? Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. I think the Vice Mayor actually outlined the projects that I was thinking about. In terms of the community gardens, I agree that I would like to fund them to get started. I also agree that maybe we don't do the whole 50K, that we, let me go back to these numbers. So $5,000 for utility approval, 15K for the site water installation, which takes us to 20K, and then, maybe another 15K to go with architectural design and see where that gets them, because I really do appreciate all the work that's been done. I think we don't have generally available community gardens. There are community gardens, I believe, at Los Gatos High School, the terraces, and the North 40 is putting them in, but I'm not aware of any others in a general open population. And I think this is, something that will be used a lot and is a high quality of life item. In terms of the public art, I am inclined toward funding one or two installations. I'm not sure where I am with that. And I agree, the Lynn Avenue pedestrian path, I think, I look at what we've been doing for Safe Routes to School. I look at where we're solving problems along the way. We're a long way from connecting all the dots, but we've got puzzle pieces that we're putting in, and I think that's a really important piece of the puzzle. It's an area that I look at a lot, and I think it would create a much safer and welcoming walking environment for students and for all residents that live in that part of town. So I agree that we need to be looking all over. In terms of the staff's recommendations, I don't have a strong feeling for if there are other safety enhancements that could be done near the police station, so I'm not sure where I am on that yet. It does feel like a lot of money when we're looking at other asks, but I don't feel qualified to know if that's the right number or not right now. In terms of the traffic calming on Blossom Hill Road, that is a very high priority for me, and I think it is for this council. I mean, in terms of safety, the residents have made a compelling case. We do know that there are cars that have landed on the school lawn. We know that speeds are excessive. I've stood on those corners and tried to go through the crosswalk, and it is pretty frightening to see what's happening, not just with the speeds on that road, but the fact that there's merges, and there's merges at crazy places, offset intersection, all the things that contribute to a precarious situation, never mind adding in distracted driving, and the fact that there's a school there and a park there, and just a lot, and residences on the other side. So I totally agree with that allocation. In terms of fire risk reduction, I am very much in favor of just moving forward with the money we've allocated and starting the work as we go, and making sure that we save some money back, that we don't expend all of our money, so that if we have to do a FEMA match, if we have to do some other work, figuring it out there. But I would have a really hard time delaying any work we could start this winter. I just feel like we are living on a tinderbox, and it's not a matter of if, but when there's the next fire. And I think anything we can do right now is significant. That's it for now.
Councilmember Badami?
It appears I'm in alignment with the council members present. I haven't heard the mayor's comments, but I did want to ask probably the town attorney a legal question, because there's some hesitancy on the security enhancements at the Civic Center. So we're now put on notice of a safety issue. So if we don't take precautions, and could it lead to a potentially costly liability issue on the town?
Simple answer is no.
Pardon me?
No.
Thank you.
Not from liability from the town, and we're insured for any type of accident that did occur. So no, I'm not concerned if the council decided not to do that project, there'd be some type of liability on the town. No more than if someone tripped and fell in our fountain. If someone was to trip and fall back there, it'd be handled by any other claim, and whether it's a dangerous condition or not that we created, and we haven't created any dangerous situation back there.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll share my comments, and then I'm hoping one of my colleagues will provide a motion to get us started. The ones that I very much want to support tonight: downtown parking signage, Blossom Hill Road traffic calming. I would be in support of one of the two art installations, but asking our Arts Commission to review that. I know a lot has changed since those proposals have come forward, and it would be nice to see if there's more community involvement that would like to participate. very much in favor of the community garden at a reduced price of $35,000, as well as Lynn Avenue, and moving forward with some fire. With the security enhancement, I do feel like we need to provide something. So I would be supportive of staff and police department coming back with some design. It's hard for me to visualize what exactly is being asked. I get the cage. We don't want a cage, but what that would look like, and if you could price it further with some options, I would be supportive of learning what we can do. And not to say that I'm not going to support 275, but I'd like some options.
We can do that.
Okay. And so now I look to my colleagues for a motion. Vice Mayor.
All right, I will attempt to make a motion out of that, starting with what the mayor said about the security one, that at this point, I guess we're holding off on allocating that and asking staff to come back with more information and options on that, and potential pricing options on that, and help us understand better its need and the different ways of solving it. It sounds like we'd like to go ahead with the community garden for $35K, put that in there. It sounds like a couple of us were 1 or 2, and one of us was 1 on the art installation. So the most expensive art installation was $28K, so I'm thinking, why don't we allocate 32 and allow them to go back through a public process if they like. I'm trying to think how to accommodate that. If we squeeze them just to say that the number they asked for, they may not be able to do that. So I don't know, I'm going to make up a number of 32. I don't know if that's the right one or not. And let's see, so I got Lynn, I got the garden, and include the Lynn Avenue. I don't think I mentioned that, as was at least 3 of us were in support of that. And then of the other portion of the staff recommendations, would go ahead with those also, which included the traffic calming, the downtown parking, and the Blossom Hill Road traffic calming, right? I think that was everything I heard a majority on.
Okay, and do I have a second? Councilmember Risto?
I'll second that.
And then Councilmember Badami, any comments?
I had a question for the maker of the motion. So with the fire fuel reduction, are you allocating $750,000 or $500,000 as expressed by Councilmember Hudes, or nothing?
Let me ask staff about that, because that's not even on their recommendation. What's going on with that?
Yeah, so we left it out of the recommendation because there's dollars there and there's FEMA dollars planned that would pay for all of the work. So that's why we made no recommendation for additional dollars to it. So if you want to move it forward now, then you would allocate more dollars to it. So I heard 2 things. I heard allocate dollars from sort of the unallocated amount, or go forward with the dollars that we already have set aside for essentially a match, and use those dollars now and worry about the match later. So those are both options. The match is a big number when we get there. So even with the 575, if we're successful with all of it, we'll be coming back for more dollars there, and we'll have to scramble. So it's 25% match for each grant that we get, plus 50% match for the earmarked dollars. So pretty hefty match ultimately.
So we already put $500,000 in for this year, which has been spent now?
No, it's still there. 575 is there.
And and that's not part of the match, that's going to be used anyway?
I think that's what we're discussing.
Okay, so that's, and the match we need is 750?
Do math. Yeah, so 250 more we would need for the full match ultimately to fund all of the FEMA work.
Okay, so I will add to my motion, we'll see how it does, that we go ahead and plan to spend the $500,000 that we originally had talked about for this winter season. If FEMA can get going in time, then maybe some of that isn't spent, but if we're not able to get the FEMA as part of it, we'll go ahead and spend it. So in other words, spend it, but if we can get FEMA in before it's all spent and use part of that as the match, we'd like to do that. We'll see if council likes that motion, starting with a seconder, I guess.
Okay, hold on. Seconder?
I am good with that. What I want to clarify is I thought we had set aside 750 with 500K being for the work and an additional 250K that was set aside in the past for to make it up to the match. So if I understand the motion is saying that we will spend 500K, not spend the 250K, and that would kind of go into a reserve in case we have to start building up toward the match.
Thank you. You're correct on that.
Okay, then I can second that.
Yeah, that was the intention of my motion, too.
Okay. And then Councilmember Badami, any further questions on the motion? Okay, any comments on the motion? Okay, so I'll call the question. Councilmember Badami?
Aye.
Councilmember Risto?
Aye.
Councilmember Hudas?
Aye.
Vice Mayor?
Aye.
And I'll also vote aye, and so the motion passes unanimously. Okay, just want to make sure, did we capture everything that you need, Director Morley?
Yeah, so we talked through things. I got some good input, I think, on the budget and how it was presented. Certainly if there's other things that you'd like to see in the future, just you can let me know through the town manager.
Okay, thank you. And I do want to just real quick, because I know you did ask for that. I do like the layout of it. I'm going to concur with that. And I know that many of our neighboring cities are also looking at the equity piece, and just want to remind it's more than just socioeconomics, but it's also how we spread across infrastructure across town. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, and so now if we can move to our next agenda item, which is item number 13, which is to authorize the town manager to execute agreements for justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion consultant services. So.
Thank you, Mayor. And before we get started, I just want to make a disclosure. One of the organizations that you'll be considering this tonight is the American Leadership Forum, of which I am a senior fellow, so I just want to put it on the record that I was not part of the selection process for the consultants. We had a staff team do that work. I do not have any financial interests, but I don't want any appearance of favoritism for this project.
Okay, thank you. And while the town manager is making that disclosure, I'll also disclose that I am also affiliated with ALF. And as already said, I have no financial stake and have not been involved up to this meeting, which is a public meeting, and I've talked with our town attorney. And so with that, Ms. Zabala, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Holly Zapala, Management Analyst, and it's really nice to see everyone in person tonight. The item before you is consideration of entering into agreements for justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion, or JEDI, consultant services. The town has a long-time commitment to being a community that is diverse, equitable, and inclusive for all. With issues of racial and social justice at the forefront of conversations over the past year and a half, the town has taken a more comprehensive approach to JEDI work. In January, Council unanimously agreed to add diversity, equity, and inclusion to the Council's strategic priorities. In March, the Policy Committee discussed a town JEDI work plan. Based on community feedback, the Policy Committee discussed hiring an independent consultant specializing in JEDI work to assist with internal and external engagement and to help with expanding and implementing that JEDI plan. In April, the Council unanimously authorized the town manager to issue an RFP for JEDI consultant services. 5 firms submitted proposals, and an interdepartmental staff team evaluated and ranked each proposal, including conducting interviews with the top firms. Following the evaluation process, the 2 firms that rose to the top were American Leadership Forum Silicon Valley Insights, or ALF for short, and Ready Set. Each of those offer different strengths and services that complement different aspects of the JEDI work desired by the town. ALF specializes in the external engagement piece, including dialogue, leveraging community partnerships, and conducting gap overlap analysis. ALF would be able to speak with town leaders and community partners to identify barriers and opportunities to Jedi efforts. They would set up metrics and objectives for ongoing engagement with the community and more clearly define overarching Jedi goals. ALF can also serve an advisory role with work like designing community workshops. Ready Set would be able to tackle the internal piece. They would engage with staff through a survey, interviews, and focus groups, and review town policies, ultimately developing a robust assessment of the organization to figure out where we are. Then they would assist with developing a roadmap to determine where we're going, helping to strengthen long-term internal Jedi goals and including timelines and metrics. Based on those strengths, staff is recommending the town bifurcate the work and that the council authorize the town manager to execute agreements with ALF for the external community piece and Ready Set for the internal organizational Jedi work. And that concludes the report, and if there's questions, staff is here to support.
Okay, thank you. Any questions at this time? Yes, Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. I do have a question. So with the RFP, each of the organizations that responded, I'm just curious, did ALF respond indicating that it only wanted to do part of the work? Or, I realize that different firms have different strengths. Or were their interviews kind of clearly steering them toward one side and another? And are they amenable to splitting the contract?
Yes, thank you for that question. So ALF was interested in doing the external community engagement piece. That is their specialty. And Ready Set was more focused on the internal organizational piece, although I think they initially had included some community engagement aspects. And so staff was very transparent with both firms that the town was interested in bifurcating the work and kind of going with each of their strengths. So ALF had expected the town would work with another firm to do some of the other pieces of the work. And both firms have had experience with other clients working in tandem with other consultants that were also performing Jedi work. So if that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? Councilmember Hudas.
Thank you. I've been kind of following the evolution of the work here as it emanated from the strategic priorities. And at this point, I have a question really about the term justice in the work that's being proposed. I mean, my understanding is the town does not have a judicial branch. So, and I know this started out with diversity, equity, and inclusion. Could I maybe understand a little better what are some examples of changes to justice that can be affected by the town government? And there's also a section that talks about town departments affecting justice. And so I really wanted to understand that and whether that term isn't already encompassed in the other terms that are being used for the work.
Thank you for the question. There are communities that call this diversity, equity, and inclusion, and other organizations have added justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion. So whichever term the council prefers is fine with staff. We did add justice because, as you're aware, the draft 2040 general plan has a new element on racial, social, and environmental justice, and there are policies that are appropriate for local government as it pertains to those types of justice issues. We are not delving into criminal justice or civil justice. That is not within our purview, but certainly environmental justice is directly related to our land use, and there are social justice issues as well that can be addressed through local government policy.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing no questions, I'll go to our town clerk to call out for any public comments. And similar to our other hearings, those in the audience will go first, and then we'll go to those that may be on Zoom. And just a reminder, if you could just keep your mask over your nose, please. Thank you.
So Lindley will speak first.
Thank you again. Same topic. Justice, I don't think really belongs in that, but diversity, equity, and inclusion seems very hurtful to everyone here, pretty much. I don't know really how that is supposed to be helping our town. I know that I had to pull my children out of school. I homeschool them now because that's not allowed in our home. Diversity, equity, inclusion will never be allowed in our home. And it should never be allowed in any of our homes, our schools, our town, the flags, etc. It's totally racist, and it's totally divisive, and it's really scary, and I don't know why. Are any of you even investigating how the DEI critical race theory is actually destroying our children and ourselves, and they're fighting it all around the country? They're actually fighting it everywhere, it seems, but in Los Gatos. Actually, Los Gatos seems to be promoting about everything that is anti-American that you can promote, from the artwork to the, like, we're going to lower, everything that's happening in this town is going to lower the property values. People are leaving, they're selling their homes, they're getting out as fast as possible. People are not going to be schooling their children anymore. Diversity, equity, inclusion does not belong in the United States of America. It belongs in communist China, Russia, Venezuela, and all those other places that people escape to come to America, where we value not our skin color, but our brains and our heart. And I just don't know how it is that I'm still talking about this. Please tell me, you people are educating yourselves. We're going down the tube so fast. Nobody wants this. So many people in this town do know what critical race theory is, and it is DEI, JEDEI, whatever. But come on, this town is going to hell. Every one of you who owns property, you're not going to own it soon. Equity is going to take it from you and give it to someone else who doesn't live here and will never be able to afford to live here. And that's not because we're bad people. Obama owns this beautiful piece of property on the beach, and yet we're talking about climate change or whatever the heck, and we're going to save the world through all this stuff. Anyways, DEI does not belong in this town. It needs to go out. I know that Soros loves you all because you're very clearly their friend.
Our next speaker, please.
So, yeah, George Soros loves all of you.
Okay, so the latest buzzword.
And if you could please put your mask
with
up.
all due respect, Honorable Mayor, do you have a medical license? Are you trying to tell me, do you know my exact medical health
With all
conditions?
due respect, we are
I'll
asking
talk to the
those.
Chief, if you've got a law to enforce,
Please
you
turn
can
off the
enforce it.
mic.
But this is an executive order from the governor, which applies to you executive people, not to citizens. Is there a law, statute, officer? So I will continue. Jedi. I call Jedi.
No, please.
I call Jedi.
Out of all
jaded,
respect, we are asking all
escapism,
people to keep your mask
and
on.
inciting. I'm wearing it this much out of respect. You cannot
Please
force me.
keep your mask
You
on.
cannot force me. You cannot force me. Jedi is jaded, escapism, division,
Let's take a
inciting.
5-minute recess, please.
Yeah, that's good. Run away. Run away.
Run away. That's why we have to speak out, because you guys shut us down. There are no platforms for
Do we have any other speakers on this item?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the quick recess, council members. I apologize for the delay, and so if we can continue our public comments. As we've requested before each meeting, we do follow county ordinance of keeping your mask on and ask people to speak with respect on the issues at hand. And so for those that remain in our audience, who is our next speaker?
Rob Moore.
Thank you.
Hi again, Mayor and Town Council. I just wanted to thank you for this item and for your support of DEI in our town. And I want to express a quick anecdote. I wasn't actually planning on speaking tonight until I heard some of the other comments, and then it seemed extra necessary that we have a DEI consultant. But I actually reached out to someone that I know personally who's a DEI consultant. They work in the East Bay area, and they basically, I talked through them. I went through like what this would be and gave them the resources and all of that. And they eventually came to the conclusion that Los Gatos was not somewhere that they wanted to do their work because they didn't think it would be well received. And I think not in a staff perspective at all, but just in the town more generally. And I think that that's just all the more reason for why this is so important and why I'm so supportive of y'all supporting DEI efforts in our town. So thank you.
Okay.
I'll move to Amy Davis from Zoom.
Okay, thank you.
Hi again, Amy Davis again. Thank you for the opportunity to speak once more. I'm the executive director of New Museum Los Gatos, our community museum. And I just also want to express my appreciation for the town's focus on this critical issue. As places of learning, thoughtful dialogue, and reflection, museums must stand up for equity and inclusion. Our vision is to offer equitable representation, opportunities, and services to all. And our civic leaders must too, if we're to build communities that welcome all and are safe, creative, and mind-expanding places to live. So we're really excited that the town manager and the town council are addressing equity in Los Gatos. We're in full support of your plan to onboard a justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion consultant as a way to create concrete steps to achieve equity in Los Gatos. Having outside expertise helps guide our institutions, keeps us accountable, keeps us up to date on the latest information and approaches, and helps us look inward and outward mindfully and intentionally. We're also onboarding a DEAI consultant as it happens, and we hope to work in parallel with you on shared goals and outcomes. And as we seek to attain our vision, we're in the process of internal and external work to be allies as well. So please know that NewMu is here as a resource, whether it's to host a community conversation, provide a place of healthy, good faith dialogue, or as a community supporter in any way. So thank you again for your commitment to making our town a truly safe and inclusive place.
The next speaker is Kefi.
Hi, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sweet. I am a POC. I am queer, and I am very concerned as the council is ignoring the voices of conservatives. Everybody should have a voice. First of all, this is divisive, and you guys keep ignoring your constituents. I want to say that California has one of the lowest literacy rates in the nation. We have kids who can barely read and write. You want to focus on gender pronunciations and pronouns. Heck, some kids can't even pronounce certain words, and it's really getting ridiculous. So you're just going to confuse the students even more. Next, you want to focus on police reform and, okay, cool. Send in the social workers and the anti-police folks. Start saving the data and see how those calls end. Believe me, they're not going to end well. I would hate to see an obese or overweight behavioral health specialists get hurt by trying to help on a domestic dispute call. Quick question. Will you be willing or allowing folks on the JEDI committees who are not liberal or who may think differently, and who will they restrict or recruit strictly? Or is it just going to be strictly radical liberals? That's what I would like to know. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker.
I have no further speakers.
Okay. Okay, so we are going to close public comment. And so I look to council to see if there are any questions or comments. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to make a comment. Ms. Hogan had a good point that we should be trying to educate ourselves. And I have been trying to understand this CRT. It got thrown at us for a long time that we were practicing CRT, and I couldn't figure out really what that meant. And so it seems like sort of a complex concept, or either it's a simple concept that's been twisted into something complex. But to me, it seems like it's really just about teaching history and understanding what's happened in history, and particularly, what kinds of things happened for racial relations or problems in history. And I think it's important to understand history of all kinds as we move forward, so that we can do better in the future, and we can do things we did well in the past, maybe find ways to do them again, find ways to avoid mistakes in the past. And so I've trying to educate myself and talking about it, and talking to some people, and I was talking to my mom about this, and I was actually shocked when she told me that when we moved to Los Altos in 1968 and bought a house, that the house had a deed restriction that we could not resell the house to an African-American family. This whole time you've heard this redlining, and that's one of the things that they're trying to bring out and teach, that this has happened. Well, I don't see a problem in letting people know that it's actually happened. And as I started seeing some of the videos and so forth about it, I'm like, oh, that's never happened in California. And then I was shocked when I talked to my mom and found out that we had bought a house where we had that restriction. We couldn't resell it. And then just this weekend, I was talking to a Los Gatos resident that told me when she moved, her mother moved here with the family in 1963. They live in Los Gatos now. She lives in Los Gatos, but they tried to move to Silicon Valley, and they tried to buy a house that had a restriction that Jews could not buy it. And so they were forced to, I think they moved to Willow Glen instead of wherever they were. I forgot where she said they were trying to buy. But, so it was surprising to me. I never knew that these kinds of things really happened here. So, that's part of the reason why talking about this is important. And as Ms. Hogan said, I'm educating myself, and I'm finding that there is a need to understand what has happened in the past and how it's led to where we are. I think that's relevant to this item, so thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Vice Mayor, for sharing that. Any other comments or questions, or ultimately a motion? Yes, Councilmember Badami.
Seeing no one offering comments, I'll go ahead and make a motion. I move to authorize the town manager to execute agreements for justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion, JEDI consultant services, with the American Leadership Forum Silicon Valley Insights for external community efforts, with an expenditure budget adjustment in the amount of $54,000 from the General Fund Capital Special Projects Reserve, and Ready Set for internal town organizational work, with an expenditure budget adjustment in the amount of $50,000 from the General Fund Capital Special Projects Reserve.
Thank you, Councilmember. Second, Councilmember Hudis.
I'll second.
Okay. Any questions or comments to the motion? Okay, I'll call the question. Councilmember Badami?
Aye.
Councilmember Risto?
Aye.
I vote aye. Vice Mayor?
Aye.
Councilmember Hudas?
Aye.
And this motion passes unanimously. Thank you both. Thank you all. And with that, we move to our last agenda item. If you will bear with me while I get to it, it's item number 14. And this is an introduction and first reading of an ordinance amending the Los Gatos Town Code to include gender-neutral pronouns.
I'll be giving the staff report.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. At the January 26, 2021 Strategic Priorities Setting Session, Council adopted the Town Attorney's Potential Ordinances and Policy List, which ranked gender neutralization of the Town Code fourth in priority. The town contracted with MuniCode, our code codifier, to go through the code and give us a report on suggested changes. They are attachment 1 in your staff report, and the draft ordinance is in attachment 2, and I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Neese. Any questions? Okay. Any comments? Yes. Councilmember Risto?
Thank you. First of all, I think this is long overdue, so I'm glad that we're doing it. One of the...
And actually, before, I hope you're not making a motion because I do have to go to public comment.
No,
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's true. The comment I was going to make is what was something I hadn't even thought about, is the fact that pronouns are there to replace words. And one of the examples in there was perfect. Instead of using a pronoun constantly, if you talk about the director, later you might say he did this or she did that. You don't have to do that. You just say at the director's discretion, the director does this, the director does that. You go right back to a gender neutral noun, and there's not this craziness of if it's they or it. There's no mention of it. So anyway, this whole thing is very smooth, and I just wanted to thank staff and thank everyone that worked on this for putting together, a good presentation and making it really clear.
Thank you, Councilmember. And so seeing no other hands raised at this time, I'll go to our public, again to the audience, and then to anyone that may be on Zoom.
I have no comment
Okay.
or no speakers.
Okay, so we're closing public testimony and taking comments from council and ultimately a motion. Thank you for your preliminary comments. Would anyone like to make a motion? Councilmember Risto.
Yes, whoops. Okay, I move to approve the draft ordinance. Okay, so I haven't done a motion before with an ordinance, so I probably should. I need to defer to someone more. I want to move to approve this draft ordinance. Do I need to read all the words to it?
We could do an introduction and first reading and ask our clerk to do the first reading for you.
Okay. So,
By title only.
okay, by title only.
Yes, please. Thank you. Okay, and do I have a second? Vice Mayor?
I'll second, and I'll just make a slight comment. So we had a speaker on the last item that actually was referring to this item about it being confusing to people. I think it's actually going to be less confusing when you get rid of him and she, because then you got to think about who she refers back to, which person or so forth. So this actually should make it clearer, not more confusing. So I'm going to second the motion.
Okay, and any questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Councilmember Hudas?
Aye.
Vice Mayor?
Aye.
I vote aye. Councilmember Risto?
Aye.
Councilmember Badami?
Aye.
And this motion passes unanimously, and we ask our town clerk to do the first reading by title.
An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Los Gatos, California, amending the Los Gatos Town Code to modify any and all masculine and/or feminine language to gender-neutral pronouns.
Okay, thank you very much. And with that, we are adjourned for the evening. Actually, we are not.
I just wanted to check to see if there was anybody remaining for verbal communication since we
Oh,
continued
thank you.
that.
Yes, thank you.
I do
Rachel
have
Martinez.
one. Suzanne?
Okay, we do have. Okay, thank you. And Ms. Martinez?
It's actually Suzanne.
Oh, Suzanne?
And Suzanne, you're able to unmute yourself and speak.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. So I am not understanding the need for these gender neutral pronouns. Quite honestly,
And
I've never
Susanna, we did close this public comment, so we're taking verbal communications now at this time. And so you can speak on items that we have not discussed or have heard already.
Okay, I actually raised my hand during your open comment on that subject, and you didn't call on me, and now you're calling on me after you've passed the motion.
Okay, and so if I could just pause and look at our clerk and actually our town attorney.
Just let her have her 3 minutes now.
Okay, so go ahead, Suzanne.
Yes, so I just wanted to comment that I do not understand what the need is to change pronouns gender neutral. I think it's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. I don't know what kind of liberal page you guys are on, but people don't support this baloney. And I don't know where you guys come off deciding to make these policies for the whole town. The whole town's not represented here. This is absolutely ridiculous, and it has no place in America, along with critical race theory or any of the other things that you're trying to pass. You are all going to be unseated, and I will make sure to lead that charge. Thank you.
And Ms. Neese, any further comments during verbal communications?
None that are still on the call.
Okay, thank you very much. And at this time, I will now adjourn. Thank you all for a good evening, and it's been nice to see everyone back in person.